umpires out there for today's game. Kirti Bandara, on-field umpire, along with that's Shanta Fonseca. They'll be officiating in the center. And we have Pradeep Udawat, who will be the fourth umpire for today's game. As the Paulinus mentioned, ICC umpire Ravindra Kotachi. He's in charge of the TV. The third umpire, our match referee for today is Mr. Brendan Kurupu, former Sri Lankan player, and in charge of this game, or the three games to be played in goal. So everything is set and ready to go as the Sri Lankan players take the field. As you know, Australia won the toss, captained by Amy Smith. She had a very good game, the final one, which she captained. They went on to win in the last ball of the innings, the game against Sri Lanka. She made a fine half century there. So she's taken the leadership role in this game as well. And Lucy Hamilton is playing as well, isn't it? She was the regular captain. Kate Pelly is the opening batter, who has done a very good job at the top of the order. So we have Ella Briscoe, Amy Smith, Bonnie Berry, who is out there. This is Grace Lyons. She'll be opening the batting. Elena Lorosa, she's a player to watch. She's a good quality all-rounder. Azrat Gill. Now her leg spinners are going to be very useful on this surface. Ines McKeown, she opened the batting in the T20 format. Will probably bat down the order. Kate Pelly, as I mentioned. Lucy Hamilton, who captained the first three games in the T20 format. Maggie Clark and Sienna Eve. Now she's another bowler to watch out, the left-arm spinner. And Tegan Williamson, the fast bowler as well, making up the 11 for Australia in this game.
Okay, thank you.
We're all ready and set to go. The first ball for today, starting from the goal 14. The two Sri Lankan opening bowlers, they were really looking forward to this. I saw them early selecting the balls with the fourth umpire, and they were looking forward to this challenge. Off the mark straight away. Single to open the account. Soft hands. And Lyons or Pelly is off the marker. So it's Sewandi who's opening the ball in. Manu Dinanekara leading the team. Rashmika Sewandi, Sanjana Kawindi, Sachini Gimhani, Devmi Vihanga, Sumudu Nisansala, Rashmi Netranjali, Ashani Kaushalya, Hiruni Hansika, and Chamodi Prabodha making the 11 for Sri Lanka today.
Yes, it's Rashmika Sewandi outside the off-stump, that time pushed away by Leons. Definitely Rashmika Sewandi was very good in the T20 Internationals. She was a fantastic bowler and a good batter, good all-rounder for Sri Lanka. Definitely a lot is expected from her today with her bowling. And also Rashmi Nitranjali, Ricky, that with her unorthodox action, she was bringing that ball in. It will be interesting to see her too. For the Sri Lankans may be playing this first game, the 50 over international. It'd be a good experience if they can last the game through. They're prepared to give a good fight to the Australians. That's what Manu Dinanekara said at the toss. So Australia won the toss and decided to bat first. Grace Lyons and Kate Pelly opening the innings for them.
So just bowling well within herself, Sewandi. You could see she's not trying to put too much effort. If I'm right, from the T20 format to here, she was probably trying to bowl a bit more quicker in that T20 format, knowing it's just 4 overs, giving her everything. But here, she'll have to bowl longer spells in these hot and humid conditions. So not putting too much effort initially, just trying to get it into the right areas, see if there's any movement at all. But this is good running between the wickets. Now this is where Sri Lanka have to up their game. The Australians are looking for singles straight away, push and run. Now
One to go, one.
they didn't have the best of times in the T20 format, just won the one game, lost 3 games. Even the game they won in the last delivery against Sri Lanka. They got beaten soundly by England in that last T20 match against them as well. But the 50 over is a different format. Probably their players more used to this format and they will like it more. We'll have to wait and see. First over completed, 2 without loss.
Slightly away from you.
So Australia winning the toss and batting first after end of 1 over 2 without loss. So it's Rashmi Netranjali in coming into bowl.
Coming right arm over to you.
And she'll be bowling from the pavilion end. Right arm fast medium. Very unorthodox action. She brought that ball into the right-handed batter. And there you see again, good bit of movement there. Worked away nicely towards the squaring area. They get a single.
It's another good talent, Netranjali. Can bat, can bowl, very good in the field. We saw over the 6 games or the 4 games Sri Lanka played in that T20 format. You can get that ball to drop back at the right hand. That is her main weapon. Quite tall as well. They'll depend a lot on that bit of a swing. There you go. This is what I was talking about, with that bit of a sea breeze blowing across the ground. Netranjali might get a bit of a movement. This one was into the right hander. The Australian dugout. They are trying all their options, giving every girl on tour the opportunity to play.
Well, the 2 Sri Lankan opening bowlers were quite impressive in the T20 series. Sri Lankans definitely might be wanting those 2 bowlers to come good today, get those early breakthroughs.
This is totally different surface as well, so far from what I see. Probably a bit just slower. You could see that the batters have lots of time to get onto the back foot and play it late, as you see there. But at Hambantota, they were a bit rushed. Even the Australian batters, you saw several times they were getting out, trying to play the pull or the horizontal bat shots, because the ball sort of skidded onto the bat. And there was a bit of an extra bounce as well at Hambantota. Here, we will not see that bounce. It's coming sort of just about the mid-thigh height, so very easy for them to get onto the back foot and nudge it around. Especially when the Sri Lankan bowlers do not have that pace as well, Paulinus, to really rush the batters. So far, if you take a look, majority have been on the back foot, comfortably played by both the openers.
Yes, this is a longer version of the game, and the batters also will not be in a hurry to play their shots. They'll first get their eye in and get the pace of the wicket before they go on to place their shots. That's down the leg side. Could be called a wide. We'll have to wait and see. Yes, the wide signal by umpire Shant Fonseca. So that takes the Australian total on to 5, and Netranjali got to re-bowl that delivery. You see her moving that ball in towards the right-hander. The line was not good in that occasion, but that movement was still there. That's wide outside the off stump, gone to the wicket keeper. So that's the end of the second over. It's 5 for no loss. So it's Rashmika Sevwande to continue bowling from the port end. First over gave away 2 runs. It's nicely cut away by Pele. She's on 2 and Leon's also on 2. Australians have got 5 on the board in 2 overs. The Sri Lankans are definitely out to gain a lot of experience in this game. These under 19 girls might be wanting to get an early breakthrough. All the Australian batters will be getting the pace of the wicket first before they play their shots. Playing some sensible cricket up to now. The 2 batters.
That's a good looking shot. That will be the first boundary for today, the first boundary of this limited over series of the Tri-Nations. Just a slight bit of width outside the off stump, and Pele quick to lash onto that one. She was very comfortable. So far, from what I see, these Australian batters are looking very comfortable on this surface. They haven't been rushed, they haven't been beaten, we haven't seen anything really hit the pads so far. Slow medium pace of the Sri Lankan bowlers on this slowish surface is what they are looking for.
Well, I thought the previous delivery was a bit overpitched, and there was also width inviting the batsman to go for the drive, and Pele responded very well for that. Pitched outside the off stump, giving overpitched a bit, giving up to the batter to drive it, and she did it very well, taking the Australian score to 9. Rashmika Sevwande. That's a good length, and that got to adjust her line a bit because she's taking the ball away from the batsman. Got to look to get the edge of the bat. Just a lone slip fielder there. So one they trying to take it away from the batter. It's nicely bowled this time. Driven firmly but straight to the short extra cover fielder. That's the end of the 3rd over. Australia 9 for no loss. So it's Netranjali to continue from the pavilion end. First over of hers gave away 3 runs. That could have been called wide, but it could be a close one. Well, a run out call there.
This has gone to the 3rd umpire.
Okay, copy that. TV umpire to director. Umpire referral for run out strikers in. Give me best side over.
By Ravindra Kottacha is our 3rd umpire for this limited over series.
මට පොඩියෙන් බලන්න බෑනේ. මු පොඩියෙන් පෙන්නන්නේ. Can you show me the opposite angle, please? Okay, thank you. The batsman well short of the popping crease when the wickets break. I'm ready to make my decision. Decision is out. Focus light, please.
And there you go. It needed a piece of brilliance. And Rashmika Sewandi has produced that. I mentioned earlier in the T20 games, she was very good in the field as well. Good all-round cricketer. And Kate Pelly has been run out. She was looking good, looking to set for fielding. In the first game in the T20 series, they beat Australia because of their fielding. They defended just 117 and they held on to their catchers in that game. They dived around, stopped a lot of runs, and they were really good. And now they have produced a gem, a direct hit. Always results in a run out, and well done to Rashmika Sewandi. That brings in Lucy Hamilton. She captained Australia in the first 3 T20s. She's a very good cricketer, a left arm seam bowler. Bats left hand as well, scored some valuable runs in her run chasers, and she was looking good. And it's good to see her coming in at number 3, batting high up the order. A lot more opportunity for in this 50-over format.
Yes, Ricky, you were talking about the Sri Lankan fielding. That was definitely a great effort by Rashmika Sewandi, a direct hit, and Kate Pelly falling short. So Sri Lanka getting that early breakthrough. 9 for 1 Australia. Yes, Lucy Hamilton who walked in now. She played very well during the T20 series. Her all-round capabilities were well seen. So today Australians are expecting a lot from her. She's coming in at number 3, might be wanting to play a long inning. It's a good delivery, taking the ball away from the left-handed batsman. That's Netranjali.
Yes, that's a natural angle. I think she will like bowling to the left hand. That's much more natural angle. Will be leaving the left hand. If she gets it into the right areas, it won't be easy. I'd love to see Sri Lanka attack probably a bit more. Maybe another slip in there.
That's definitely, you're right, Ricky. Sri Lankan should try to go on the attack at this moment and have another slip, especially with Netranjali taking that ball away from the left-hander, looking for that outside edge.
Yes, and I would love to see probably a couple of those fielders in the circle come up a step or two as well, because we have seen Australia pinch those singles, play with soft hands, and they managed to get through. So a couple of fielders, if they probably could come in, cut the single off. There you see, it's quite easy for Lucy Hamilton. She'll come back for 2 this time. It's into the gap, but didn't try to play too hard, just roll in her wrist and just a deft touch, and picks up 2 runs.
Yeah, the close-in fielders in particular, they can stand on the 30-yard circle, Ricky, but they got to walk up fast a bit, trying to prevent the Australians or inviting them to take that single. But once they walk up fast, they'll be at it soon. So that will create an opportunity of a run out. So that's 11 for 1 Australia after 4 overs.
aware of it. Outfield, as you mentioned, very fast. It's about getting past the infield. Decent enough timing. You will find the boundary. You've already seen that. Miscued shot by Lucy Hamilton. Fielder wasn't up to the mark and couldn't stop it. Straight away. No point of chasing, reaching the boundary. Hamilton, I think she's the key wicket as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. Someone who can clear the boundary with ease. Very strong attacking batsman. She is still settling down. 11 deliveries, 12 runs already. Better than a runner ball.
You see Netranjali to continue. Lucy Hamilton 12 of 12 deliveries. There you see the field, that's the onside field. There is a fine leg right down on the boundary. There is a mid-wicket and a mid-on. On the offside there is mid-off. That's a packed offside field. 2 extra covers, cover point and a third man. And of course we have the sole slip fielder. Netranjali to continue. That's well pitched up, pushed away nicely towards mid-on. Wide of mid-on. They managed to get a single. The Australians are definitely not in a hurry. They settled down to 50 over cricket from their T20 series. Adapted to that change well, I think. The two batters, Hamilton in particular, a beautiful batter to watch. Had a wonderful T20 series. Leon's too played some good innings right throughout the series. So Australia 25 for 1 after 7.2 overs. Netranjali has bowled well up to now. That's worked away nicely wide of a square leg. That's gone towards the boundary. There is a fielder there. Another single, taking Australia on to 26 for 1.
You said that right. Australia definitely better equipped side to play this format. Better system. These young girls from Sri Lanka. Their school cricket tournament, just 30 overs per side. So it's about huge adjustment for them. I think for Australia it's natural. Oh yes, beautiful piece of timing. This time however, two fielders running down. 2 more runs for Hamilton. Hamilton already looking dangerous. Netranjali this time touch fuller. Wasn't a bad piece of bowling. There you go. Beautiful hands through the line. Evading the fielder. 2 more runs, very easily taken.
But she really wanted to put it into the gap, and that's exactly what she did. She didn't try to hit it hard. That's a good bit of batting by Hamilton. That's exactly the way she plays. A wonderful batter to watch. Netranjali, on the other hand, have still bowled well up to now. They're bowling a 4th over, just giving away 9 runs. Sri Lankans, yes, as you said, Dhammika, Sri Lankan schools tournament is just 30 overs, so this is a great experience for them to play 50 over cricket. That's again driven firmly but straight to the mid-off fielder. Not fielded cleanly, but no chance of getting a run. So that's the end of the 8th over. Australia 28 for 1.
And volley during and volley during the T20 leg of this series. Both the teams, the bowlers in particular, need to bowl just 4 overs. To jumping up to bowl 10 overs, physically demanding and mentally draining. For Sri Lankan girls, it'll be a challenge. It'll be interesting to see how well they're adapting. Hopefully, come up with a good performance.
Rashmika Sewande has been brought in from the far end. That's the port end. She too has bowled well, given him 8 runs over 3 overs. The 2 opening bowlers for Sri Lanka definitely done pretty well. Sewande and Netranjali. I thought during the T20 series too, they bowled very well. There is Sewande 3.2 overs, 15 dots, economy rate of 2.40. That's pretty good for the start.
You said it right. Apart from occasional mistakes with ball, they've done a very decent job. I think more than decent job to restrict Australians and winning the game. And immediately after that, very next game, restricting England and winning by 6 runs. Big boost. And I'm sure, having made so many mistakes, especially during the series concluder against England, I'm sure coaching staff, team management must have spoken stern words. You see, an improvement today.
Rashmika Sewande, definitely a fighting cricketer. She's definitely not going to get anything away. Throwing herself in the field. Also as a bowler and a batter, she played some vital innings. Couple of good scores she had during the T20 series too. Rashmika Sewande, a very useful all-rounder for Sri Lanka.
There's no doubt. One of the key players for Sri Lanka, apart from top 4. Someone who can bat really well and bowl this well. Short enough. Opportunity for picking up a boundary. This time played straight at the fielder. At goal, it's about getting the placement. We've seen greats of Sri Lanka like Mahela Jayawardene. Beautiful hands, always get the ball through the gap. These young girls, I'm sure we've seen some of it so far. Leons, meanwhile, struggling for placement as well as timing. 27 deliveries, still early days, different format of course. Someone with patience.
Yes, Sewande bowling the last delivery of her 4th over. That's short and pulled away this time, gets through the gap. That's gone to the mid-wicket boundary. That's 4 runs to her. That's Grace Leons. Take her on to 8 and the score to 32. There you see the replay of that. That was a bit shorter delivery from Sewande and put between the gap of mid-wicket and mid-on. Well, that's the end of that over too.
I thought Sewande made a mistake there, deciding to come around and pitched shorter. She was bowling really well, bowling right arm over, pitching it around outside the off stump area, moving it away from the right-handed batter Lyons. Lyons took the opportunity, picked up another boundary. We are looking at another bowling change. Rihanga comes in. I beg your pardon, Sanitba. There you go, we've spoken about fielding. On that occasion, wasn't the best piece of fielding.
Yes, Damina Sanitma been brought in again. She was pretty expensive in her first over. She gave away 10 runs. You see the replay of that delivery. Yes, a bit of poor fielding there. We were talking about the Sri Lankan girls having a good day in the field, but they got to correct those things. Lucy Hamilton, she will be definitely taking advantage of those. She's on 17. Australia score 34 for 1. You see some of the spectators, the parents of Sri Lankan players watching this game. That's wide outside the off stump. That could be called wide. Yes, umpire Shanta Fonseca signalling wide, taking the Australian score on to 35.
I think that previous misfielding was by Heruni Hansika. We've seen a few similar misfields by Hansika during the T20 series as well. So someone who got to work hard on her fielding. This time touch outside the leg stump. Umpire's very strict. Anything down the leg side. An extra. Score moves up to 36. Australia steadily getting their run rate up, 37 runs at the moment, and two batters seems to have settled down. No threats from the bowlers. Once again, there you go, wicket keeper. Ricky went on to mention about this. She need to stay low. That's the key for a wicket keeper.
Yes, that's nicely played this time by Leons, but straight to the fielder. It's definitely the wicket keeper. Got to keep low and wait till the ball comes to her. She got to watch the ball into her hands, because a low keeping deliveries, she will find it very difficult to collect it. Pitched up to her, driven firmly, but straight to the field. A good bit of fielding there. Leons, yes, she got to try to work that ball. She has batted for 30 deliveries, got only 8 runs, whereas Lucy Hamilton has got 17 of 18 deliveries. If she has, what she got to do is to rotate the strike and give more of the strike to Lucy Hamilton.
You said it right. It's about to keep moving forward. I think Senetma meanwhile doing a good job in comparison to her first over. Good comeback. Apart from that wide down the leg side, given away just 4 runs in this over. I think from time to time we see some brilliance from Sri Lankan fielders. Just a while ago, Sri Lanka picked up the first wicket through a brilliant piece of fielding by Rashmika Sevwandi. This time another dot ball to complete the 10th. After 10, Australia 37 for 1. It's a new day, new format, new venue, different challenge. Sri Lanka and Australia testing out their skills, and umpires signalling the end of the first power play. Lance was on 8 and Hamilton was on 17. Looks like we got another bowling change. Vihanga comes in from the far end. As I say, welcome to Ricky once again on the comm box.
Good morning, Damika. Good morning to all our viewers once again. Yes, good to see the Australian supporters, family and friends following them to goal as well. They were in numbers out there in Hambantota. I'm sure they are enjoying the Southern Province. Games very close to each other, so not much of a leisure time, but I'm sure they're exploring whatever possible, especially enjoying the beaches of Sri Lanka. So Devmi Vihanga into the attack. She bowled a lot of overs in the T20 in the power play, so she's used to this. Now I would like to see that slip field a bit more closer, because this wicket is slow. The ball is not going to really come on quickly. So then your slip field has to be a bit more straight, probably, especially because of the spinner bowling. They'll get a single, and it's called leg byes, is it? So leg byes, says Harshani, who is assisting us with the scoring today. Lions taking a time, 8 of 32. Hamilton 18 of 20, scoring at a much quicker rate.
You said that right. Slip fielder probably 2 to 4 feet deeper than she should be. This time gets it down to sweeper cover region for easy single. Vihanga didn't reach her full potential during the T20 series, and we are all expecting her to show her true colors in this longer format. Someone very talented with bat, with ball. Her contributions a vital part in Sri Lanka's chances.
Yes, it seems that like Sri Lanka is waiting for a wicket to fall. They're hoping something would happen. And wait until the batters make the mistake. I would like to... Oh, there you go. Now this is what I was just talking about. I mentioned a while earlier, a couple of deliveries earlier, that the slip fielder was too wide and she needs to get closer to the wicket keeper. And there you go. This is a big one. It's Hamilton. It was fairly straightforward, probably went quickly. We'll take a look at that. Oh, should have been taken close to the wicket-keeper's gloves as well. And if that fielder was a bit more straighter, it would have been straighter to her. Dhamika, very unfortunate. These small things really matter when it comes to this 50-over format. 11 overs complete at 43 for 1.
Steady progress. Lost a wicket in form of a run out. Australia, the best over being 10 runs so far. So Sri Lanka too doing a steady enough job, but fine adjustments they haven't made that. Previous example, slip fielder staying wider, staying deep. Dangerous batsman providing an opportunity, not taken.
Look at those pictures, beautiful. The aerial view, the sky view of the Galle International Stadium and its surroundings, with the Indian Ocean towards the right from where we are, right opposite at the opposite end of the Galle Fort. Prabodha, the young 14-year-old left-arm spinner, introduced into the attack, and straight away goes on with the arm. Probably a bit of inside edge. Umpire Shanta Fonseca says not out.
Excellent start to Prabodha. Probably a little bit of inside edge this time. Ooh, what happened there? I think that one came off the pad, struck outside the off stump. Good piece of fielding by the slip fielder. Proactive.
That LBW was a close one. The umpire probably would have thought about height, probably thought of the line. I thought it hit her in line because it hit her high on the flap to area of that pad. The thigh pad, probably the umpire would have thought it's going over the stumps. But certainly it was worth a shout from young Prabodha coming from Monaragala and making a debut in the T20 series. And I'm sure she's looking forward to the challenge of bowling 10 overs here in this 50-over format as well.
Young Prabodha probably find this format to her advantage. When batters trying to go after you, it's very tough to focus on one line. But this is the ideal format for her. As you just mentioned, just 14 years of age. Touch shorter, good footwork by Lyons. Gets it down to mid-wicket region for a single. Lyons is someone who's got very swift footwork. Comes to the front foot very early and rock back as quick as that.
Yes, she's taken her time. 38 deliveries, but now she has to push on. She cannot give it away. Width, and that's wide. No turn as yet. We haven't seen anything turn really, but Prabodha likes to give it a bit of air, inviting the batters to come after her.
This time off the back foot finds a fielder. Couldn't penetrate the gap. Hamilton after 12, 45 for 1. Here's the bowling for Sri Lanka. Sewandi, 4 overs 12, very decent. Netranjali, 4 overs 9, even better. Sanetma, 15, expensive right now. Vihanga, good first over, created an opportunity, not taken. Prabodha, good start for the youngster. As we expected, settling down really nicely. Good lines and length. I'm expecting her to do better in this format in comparison to T20s.
It's a decent effort with the ball, no doubt. They have been very economical. So it's not the most expensive. The two opening bowlers, Netraanjali and Sewan, they did well. It's interesting to see how the spinners will go. I would love to see Manudi Nanekara bowl a few more overs. I would have loved to see her actually bowl a few overs with the newish ball. That's well played. That could be 4. You wouldn't thought that that would run down to the boundary. Levens just working it on the onside. But the fielder could not cut that one. Chased it right down to the boundary line. But the ball wins. The ball is slightly disappointed. It is used in the pace. No chance for that short fine Prabodha to get to that.
The ball does gather momentum at getting close to the boundary. Chaser thought she might have a chance. Not at all. This time flighted, and immediately Lance find it difficult to time her shot off the offside. Vihanga, after conceding a boundary, beautiful piece of batting, excellent footwork. Just use the pace of the bowler. This time goes short.
Top edge.
Fielder takes it.
Oh!
Oh no! Once again, we expected Sri Lanka to come up with a better fielding performance. Easy opportunity provided. Lions spent some time in the middle, 41 deliveries, under a little bit of pressure, and pressure releasing shot. The opportunity arrives. Sri Lanka not taken. Take another look.
That was short. That was asked to be hit. Lions miscuing it. Getting a top edge. And Rashmika Sewandi, who got that brilliant run out earlier on, she was under it comfortably. Got there, did the hard work and spilled it. Now that is a big opportunity. Sri Lanka have missed 2 catches of the 2 batters, Lyons and Hamilton, in the space of 2 overs, both of Vihanga. She's been the unfortunate bowler. And that one should have been taken. You need wickets. It's a 50 on the board now. The only way that you could contain the Australians to a chaseable score is by picking up wickets at regular intervals. Sri Lanka have had the opportunity, not taken it. 13 complete at 50 for 1. There you go, the top edge miscued. In the air for a long while. She set herself well. The ball probably hitting her chest and falling forward. She'll be disappointed because she's generally a good fielder. And Sri Lanka, as I mentioned, down in Hambantota, held on to some good catches, especially in the first couple of T20s. But since then, as this tournament has gone by, as we have played more games, their fielding has fallen off. You know, we have seen a lot of opportunities in that last T20 versus in the T20 versus Australia, the second one where Sri Lanka lost. I remember they dropped 2 chances in one particular over, which could have probably changed the momentum of the game as well. Even in the England game, they were not up to mark. So their fielding has sort of standard has dropped down as the tournament and the matches have progressed.
In comparison to 2 other departments, batting and bowling, steady improvements. But unfortunately, fielding and apparatus, you must be on top of your game any given time. Sri Lanka perhaps not applying enough attention. Prabodha comes back, conceding 2 runs off her first delivery, and this time gets it into the deep. Now the field is spread out. You can straight away the switch by 2 Australian batters. They're very keen on picking up the second. Hamilton in particular moving along really nicely. Both the batters got the second lives. Sri Lankan fielders wasn't taking the opportunities coming at their way. Coming down the track straight away, Hamilton finding it touch difficult to handle. Slower left arm stuff by Prabodha. Prabodha smartly slowing it down outside the off stump. We've seen just a single delivery taken, little bit of spin where Vihanga found the outside edge of Lucy Hamilton. Went through the slip cordon, picked up a boundary.
It's another steady over by Proboda, given away another single, 5 off that over. So Australia pushing the singles, pushing the gaps well. This is good batting. They haven't really tried to go hard at the ball. It's been a rotation of strike, 14 completed, 55 for 1. So there you go, the power plays 1 to 10, 11 to 40. And then we have the power play 341 to 50. So it changes around the field settings, the number of fielders in the circle and out of the circle. Sri Lanka can afford to have that extra fielder now outside the circle as the 10 overs have completed. Tempting waters, isn't it, Dhamika? Did you had a rest day yesterday, Dhamika? Did you go by towards the beach?
There was heavy rains last evening, staying indoors, as you say.
In Hambantota, it was the elephants that kept you indoors, and now it is the rains that keep you indoors, Dhamika. You hate the outdoors, isn't it?
I heard about jellyfish.
Please, there is no jellyfish here in Galle. Don't scare those tourists away. It's a wonderful place to be. The beautiful waters out there, the Indian Ocean, Galle Beach. The southern province of Sri Lanka provides some of the best beaches you could ever find. Squeezed into the offside, Lions. She's played a very patient innings. She's now got a life and she will be looking to capitalize, make this big.
Can clearly notice sense of urgency by Lions. Spent large number of deliveries to get off. Moving along nicely. Now, steady stream of singles in between boundaries. And Sri Lanka should be aware of that. 2 batters provided chances in the middle and 2 looking good, both gone past 20, which means they are settled. They are ready to do a bigger damage.
Yes, so what I was mentioning earlier, we saw Manu Dinanekar, the skipper, just bowl a couple of overs in a couple of games in the T20s. I would have loved to see here come in and bowl with the new ball. Partnership 50 of 70. They have shared the strike. They're going good, these 2 players, left and right hand combination. You see they are playing straight towards the fielders, going for the singles, running between the wickets well. The calling has been good. So 15 overs completed, 60 for 1. And that's the partnership. 24 of 30. Contribution from Lucy Hamilton, 22 of 50. Grace Lyons has contributed. Lucy Hamilton going at a better strike rate. But then there is a long way to go. 50 overs to bat, so you could take your time, and 230 was what the skipper Emmy Smith was looking for. So there you come. This is the busy streets of just outside the Galle International Stadium, towards the left hand side of the ground from where we are. And it's a lot of hard work behind the scenes to bring you these pictures. Our camera crew, videographers, cameramen, all the technical staff work really hard to bring you these live productions from wherever you're watching. So we have Shashini Gimhan. Shashini Gimhani, the left arm Chinaman now. She bowled really well in the T20s. She was hard to sort of pick. Generally, more so because of the bit of bounce she got at Hambantota. That surface supported her. The ball tended to skid on to the batters. There were a lot of players looking to pull who were out caught with a top edge in them because of the extra bounce and zip she got. But she generally has very good control balls, good lines and lengths. But this is a different format. That was just 4 overs. She has to keep concentrating for 10 overs or so here. She gets her full quota. but she's an important cog in this Sri Lankan bowling lineup. Paulinus, welcome back.
Thanks, Ricky. Yes, 61 for 1 Australia. Slowly bringing their rate up. Now it's 3.98. Hamilton 24 of 30 deliveries and Leon 23 of 52 deliveries. That's nicely worked away on the onside. They get a single, so take the score on to 62. Yes, we saw at the start the Sri Lankan fielding was very much better than what we saw at the latter stages of the T20 series. But two important chances being let off have let the Australians off the hook at the moment.
Yes, more so than the T20 format. In this longer version, catchers are very important because you cannot miss an opportunity. The players will capitalize, they'll bat for long periods. So you need to grab onto all those chances, half chances as well, to get the new batter in, because generally you know once one wicket falls, you get a new one in. The second tends to fall as well. So Sri Lanka have missed a couple of opportunities to get both these batters out.
Well, they have put on a good partnership up to now. Lucy Hamilton and Grace Lyons.
Yes, they're getting the singles quite easily. Sri Lanka probably have to bring in a fielder in, stop these singles. 16 completed, 64 for 1, as the players take a well-deserved water break.
The Australians definitely taking command of this game. So it's Gimani to continue. Since ball 7 overs giving away 32 runs. It's very important for the Sri Lankan bowlers to try to get a breakthrough. Briscoe just nicely working it away towards the onside, gets a single, takes her on to 22 and the score to 147. It's a good partnership building up, Ricky, between these two batters.
It's already built up, Paulinus. 47 runs on the board for this third wicket. They're already on their way. And Sri Lanka needed to get that early breakthrough when the new batter came in. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to. Gimhani slightly short. Sri Lanka have bowled a bit short as well today. And this wicket is totally different to what we saw at Hambantota. Lots of time for the batters to go on the back foot, hit it into any area they want. In Hambantota, there was a bit more bounce and skid. So it was difficult to maneuver the ball. But here at Galle, generally, it's a slow surface. We have seen that over and over in Test match cricket or whatever cricket that has been played. Lots of time for the batters, for the players to hit the gaps. And that's what has happened. So Sri Lanka needed to bowl that fuller length. You see, Prabodha bowled a bit fuller. And she was a bit more difficult to get away. Though Gimhani has picked up the wicket. She's played some very good, she's bowled some very good deliveries. Most instances she has been a bit short and they have been able to play off the back foot quite comfortably.
We've seen a couple of deliveries keeping low also, Ricky, and what I feel is the Sri Lankan bowlers are not varying their pace. They're just bowling on. They should be able to vary the pace, and because the Australian batters are coming down, that's beautifully played. Beating the gap of the fielder, that's gone to the boundary. 4 more to Hamilton.
Another boundary. Lucy Hamilton on the back foot. Once again, Paulinus, lots of time to go onto the back foot and play it anywhere she wanted to. She decides to go through that mid-wicket region, beats the fielder in the circle, and also the fielder coming in from the boundary could not cut that off. So the partnership has moved up to 53 now of just 75 deliveries. Excellent partnership. And both players have shared the strike equally well. 34 completed, 153 for 2.
They see the partnership. 53 runs of 75 deliveries. 72 to Hamilton and 23 to Briscoe. Definitely they have taken control of this game. All what the Sri Lankan bowlers got to do is to look for wickets. Wahanga being drawn in from the far end. That's the port end. So it's she has bowled 6 overs, giving away 31 runs. Well, the Australians have maintained this run rate since they came up to the 4-point mark. They have been keeping that run rate at that level, 4.52 up to now. That's a misfield again, going down towards the boundary. The batsmen have crossed over for 2. Runs are coming quite easily for the Australians.
There is no pressure at all. Just Sri Lanka just hoping for a wicket. You know, they are not really trying to create that pressure. They are just bowling well within themselves, hoping that the Australians will make a mistake, play a rash shot. See whether to dive, whether to run behind it. Wasn't sure. If they just gave a couple of runs. But Briscoe now, she'll be looking to play the big shots. That's much better. You see, when you bowl that fuller length, it's a bit more difficult for them to get it away into the gaps for those singles. So you need to bowl a fuller length, and you need to have that speed, when you're that spinner, that correct speed. But that's too short. Very easy. You know, speed variation is very important on slow surfaces. You need to keep the batters guessing at all times. These are things, though, these under-19s will learn as the things progress. I mean, this is new to them. Playing top opposition like Australia and England in a 50-over game doesn't come often. And probably this is the first time they're doing it at this level. So you need to give them time to learn. And we hope that they will do so as they play more games and as they get more maturity.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought. The Sri Lankan bowlers should know to vary the pace, because this wicket, you've got to invite the batsman to come down the wicket and play. And if you can vary the pace, definitely the batters are going to mistime it. So Vihanga, that's short again, worked away nicely towards the square leg boundary. Briscoe gets a single, takes it on to 28 and the score to 159. So that's the end of that 35th over. It's 158. 158 for 2. There you see the Australian wagon wheel. 53 singles, 8 twos, 19 boundaries, run rate of 4.51, 158 for 2. Well, definitely they are in command of this game. The Sri Lankan bowlers definitely need to get into a breakthrough. That's a good delivery and it bowled him. That's Kimani. That's a good delivery, really beating her all ends up. That's Briscoe walking back, bowled by Gimhani. So it's Australia 158 for 3. There you see a good delivery indeed, going between bat and pad. Taking the off stump. Briscoe bowled Gimhani for 27.
Beautiful piece of bowling. She's been bowling really well though, went for 38 runs. She's been creating problems for Ella Briscoe, finally beaten her all ends up. First wicket of her 9th over. Hopefully go on to pick up a couple of more wickets, because Australia has laid out a solid foundation. Skipper Emmy Smith walks in at number 5. 35 overs done. 150 plus runs on the board. Australia looking solid. I think this wicket came at the right time.
Yes, definitely. Gimhani has been the pick of the Sri Lankan bowlers. She has been worrying the Australian batters, no doubt about it. But of course the fielders have let her down. Sri Lankan bowlers in particular been bowling quite well, but the fielders, the fielding standards of Sri Lanka gradually dropped while the game progressed, Dhammika.
Yes, we've spoken about it. There's no doubt. They've maintained much better fielding standards. In the first game, you can remember. Diving efforts, preventing singles. There you go, they are having fun. Golf famous tourist destination. Emmy Smith driven that one straight to extra cover fielder for no run. Another one who can improvise. Smith is so 50 against England. There's the wicket. Oh, a dream delivery if you are a left-arm Chinaman bowler.
Yes, definitely. That was a wonderful delivery. Beating her all ends up and ball going between bat and pad, hitting the off stump. What a wonderful delivery that was. Well, Gimani, as I said earlier, have been troubling the Australian batsmen a bit. But of course, a couple of chances going a begging. Away around the corner. So Smith gets off the mark with that single. Takes the Australian score on to 159.
If Sri Lanka can ideally pick up the wicket of Hamilton, they can make serious inroads into the game, because looking at the way Australia moving ahead, just a moment ago we had a look at the projected score, thinking 260.
Well, Hamilton, the way she has changed her game, when Briscoe was on the attack, she played the second fiddle, got the singles, worked the singles around and gave it to Briscoe to get on with the game. She has been batting really well for Australia. When Lyons was there, she was on the more attacking role. But definitely when Briscoe came in, she played the second role, giving more strike for Briscoe to get on with the game.
Gimhani completes another outstanding over. Wicket and a single. 9 overs, 2 for 40. Brilliant bowling. It's about the rest of the bowlers supporting Gimhani. Right throughout the day we will have this Beautiful pictures. Our drone operator will be busy and we won't mind.
You see Australia 158 for 3. Hamilton on 73. Smith, who just came in, she's on 1. Kimani, the pick of the Sri Lankan bowlers, 2 for 40 of 9 overs. Vayanga bowling from the other end. Bowled 7 overs, none for 36. Definitely the bowlers should look for wickets. A run rate of 4.42. Got to pull that down. Well, Tamik, you think 260 will be possible, is it?
Yes, I think especially if Hamilton stays, Australia will fancy their chances. Vihanga, her came back spell was very good in comparison to how she started. Bowling most of the time in line with the stump from time to time. Touch outside the off stump. We saw Briscoe picking up a boundary through point region. If she can provide that ideal support for the rest of the bowlers, because she's an experienced girl, as we know, performed outstandingly well in the World Cup. So tendency, Sri Lanka, hoping bigger things from her. Hamilton picks up another single. She looks very, very comfortable now.
It's definitely, she is working on her singles. 161 for 3. Well, about just under 14 overs remaining. Well, if the Australians want to get up to 260, they need to get about 100 runs in this 14 overs, which is remaining.
We had a very good track at Hambantota. Lots of runs. This is even better. Touch lower, the bounce I'm speaking about. So the batters, they will enjoy their time out in the middle as Amy Smith picking up another single down the ground.
Well, that was nicely played by Amy Smith of flighted delivery. She came down the wicket and drove it past mid-on. Well, yes, you're right, because 7 wickets in hand. They can have a crack later part of the innings. They can reach up to 44, 45 overs and then get on with the game. And there you see Lucy Hamilton again pushing it down and getting a single. They're working on these singles at this stage. If they can go on at 5 runs per over, at this stage they'll be quite happy to keep their wickets intact and get on to the attack at the end of the innings.
For Sri Lanka, it's about getting 2 new batters in the middle and slowing things down. Dot ball to complete Vihanga's 9th. After 37, Australia 163 for 3. Those are the touring supporters enjoying good game of cricket in the middle. We had them at Hambantota. Always good to see. Once again, I'm extending the invitation to the locals. Come and support these young girls, the future of Sri Lanka cricket.
Definitely, we have been having a fair crowd in the pavilion watching this game. Towards the evening, that could be a wide. Hamilton putting it towards the fine leg boundary.
Definitely a no ball and opportunity for Smith. Go for a big one.
It's definitely a no ball call. High above the waist high. High above the head also, I would think. And then no ball rightly called by umpire Shanta Fonseca. A free hit. And Hamilton taking strike of it, hit firmly. But straight to deep mid-on. Just a single.
Although that was a good comeback by Gimhani after conceding above the head full toss. Straight away adjusting to her customary line and length, which is always a good sign. In her final over, hopefully picking up another wicket. Smith on the back foot, very busy there. You saw number of runs she picked against England off the back foot. Very keen on going to the back foot. Very strong there.
It's Kimani just this time widely played, gone over the head of the extra cover fielder. That's going towards the boundary. Stopped inside the boundary, a couple of inches inside the boundary.
Sri Lankans at the edge of the circle, not being alert. Not go as far as to call it lethargic. Clearly not backpedaling quick enough. Yes, was a clear opportunity. You should hang on to those at this level.
I think she didn't time her jump properly. It's unfortunate, but still runs for the Australians. They're getting them quite easily. 170 on the board. Hamilton on 78. Played a wonderful innings. She has been batting well right throughout the series. The T20 series, we saw her getting a couple of good scores. Now again off the back foot, driving it firmly, but there is a fielder down there at deep mid-off, gets a single.
Smith on 6. Very keen on getting Hamilton on strike, someone who can score bigger shots. This time goes straight and very well taken. This could be the breakthrough Sri Lanka was expecting. Amy Smith, a full toss, should have been deposited for a boundary, but instead hitting it straight up. Mid-off fielder comes around, picked up a very good catch. Sri Lanka making inroads. Smith walking back, 171 for 4.
Yes, that's another wicket to Kimani. There you see a fuller delivery. Smith trying to push it hard, straight down, but didn't get hold of it. And another very good catch this time taken. Very good catch indeed, taken by the fielder there. That's Kavindi. And Smith has to go. That's the Australian captain walking back, caught by Kavindi of Kimani for 6.
Sri Lanka need to pick up wickets. Just 12 overs remaining. 38 overs done. 171 for 4.
So that's the end of Gimani's quarter of overs. She's bowled 10 overs, 3 for 48. Her bowling figures. The new batter is Hasrat Gill.
There you go, the figures. 10 overs, a maiden, 34 dot balls, 16.00, 4.8 is the economy. Another talented youngster, Hasrat Gill, walks in at number 6. Played really well. My memory goes back, she scored 2 40s, one against Sri Lanka as well as England. Batted well, natural timer.
Yes, definitely she had batted well and she had a very good series with the ball too. So she must be wanting to prove her credentials in this 50-over cricket. Hasrat Gill just walked in.
Meanwhile, having another look at the wicket. A juicy full toss. Sometimes you get wicket of unexpected deliveries. Full toss, of course, not the sort of delivery you are expecting to get a wicket. But I think Gimhani deserves it. Outstanding spell. 3 wickets. Very well done.
Yeah, you see that wicket again. Full toss. Smith trying to hit it over the top. Didn't get hold of it. Very nicely taken by Kavindi. She was definitely disappointed with that shot and gives Gimani another wicket. Very well deserved, as you said, Dham, because she bowled very well, troubled the Australian batters. 10 overs, 3 for 48, her bowling figures. Now it's up to Vihanga to step in. Of course, Vihanga also bowling her 9th over. The 2 opening bowlers, Sewandi and Netranjali, has a lot of overs remaining. They 2 bowl well at the top.
The young girls, Hasrat Gill, very good to watch. Playing through the line just like that. Good hands, picking up a single. Possible opportunity. Throw wasn't good. Gill wasn't decisive whether to go for a single or not. But Hamilton was loud enough.
Yes, there was a bit of a hesitation in that run. The calling between the two batters, you see that again. There you see Gill pushing it on, watching at the non-striker. Well, it was definitely a non-striker's call, and that's
a catch. Well taken. Manudinana Kara. Once again, full toss. Providing the wicket. Vihanga picks her first. Dangerous. Hamilton walks back. Batted beautifully. This is the break Sri Lanka was expecting for a long while. Of course, while she was 21, provided an opportunity to the slip fielder. This was straight into the bread basket. Manudinana Kara really neatly taken, and dangerous. Lucy Hamilton walks back, caught Nana Kara ball. Vihanga, Sri Lanka making inroads. Always good to see.
Well, those are the two wickets the Sri Lankan bowlers needed. Vihanga getting the wicket of Hamilton, and Kimani getting the wicket of Emmy Smith. Definitely, it gives an opportunity for Sri Lankans to get back into the game. At least to try to curtail the Australians for something like 220.
Definitely. Now they are in with a chance. Hamilton walks back. Eleanor La Rosa, another bright talent. All-rounder, left-handed batter. Walks in. She's a smart operator. She batted well against England. Scored very close to a 50 run. Of course, Australia not going on to win that game against England. She performed really well this time off the back foot. Decent fielding of her own bowling. Vihanga to complete her 9th. After 39, Australia having lost 4 wickets.
They see the last wicket. Hamilton coming down the wicket and try to push it on the onside, but only found the hands of.
There you go, Wijayaratne showing off her name. We know she's a very talented cricketer. Sri Lanka expecting her to contribute consistently. After 39, 173 for 5. Sri Lanka should use this opportunity to slow the Australian down. I mentioned 2 new batters in the middle. 39 overs gone. This is ideal for Sri Lanka, not so ideal for Australia.
Yes, Hiruni Hansika Gabreen brought in. She bowled just 1 over, gave away 6 runs. So she got to bowl well at this stage, because if the Sri Lankans want to get back into the game, 173 for 5 of 39 overs. It's a good delivery, well flighted, pitched up to the batter. Gill trying to work it away on the onside. Well, these two are capable batters, Dhammika. They can work on the singles at the start and then have a bang at the latter part of the innings. It's pulled away nicely, but straight to the feeder. They are a bit of misfielding. Long chase towards the boundary. Stopped a couple of inches inside the boundary. Meanwhile, the batsmen have crossed over for 2.
I'm afraid that's poor. She's not getting down. She clearly knew. Youngster. There you go. Right through her legs. Sri Lanka made a fair number of mistakes. Australia benefited. Score moving up, Sri Lanka. They should be considering the possibilities of slowing Australians down. Gill and La Rosa, like you just mentioned, if you allow them to settle in towards the latter part, 45 to 50th, that's a dangerous proposition.
Sri Lanka definitely might have to look for a couple of wickets more. That's important. If they can get a wicket or 2, definitely they're going to pull the Australian run rate back and stop them around 200, 210. The Australian captain wanted 230 on the board in their 50 overs. 176 for 5 now.
Australia still definitely in with a chance of going past 230. It's about Sri Lanka pulling them back. If Sri Lanka let them off the hook, Definitely, Australia will go past 230, which will be a very challenging total for Sri Lankans. Aren't the most experienced team in the international arena. Hansika, meanwhile, slowing things down, completes her second, given away 9 after 14, 177 for 5.
Last over. Last over. Last
Crucial stage of this ODI is coming up, Youth ODI. We had a fabulous T20 series where England finishing up on the top, Gill on 3, La Rosa still on 1, Hansika slowing things down, so is Vihanga, as I welcome Ricky once again.
It has been a good passage of play for Sri Lanka, no doubt about it, picking up a couple of wickets, the two set batters, Briscoe and then Hamilton. That was crucial. Now Sri Lanka have to keep pegging away. They must try to bring down this required run rate. Last 10 overs, not let Australia get away. Another wicket here certainly would help, because these two players are really good. We know that. They're being among the runs in the T20s as well, so they're informed players. Sri Lanka can get another wicket here. They will have that opportunity to try and restrict England to less than 220 probably. But if these two hang around for a longer time, England will be looking to get 230 plus.
There's no doubt about that. You've spoken about it. Very capable, talented, two young girls built a solid partnership against England. Of course, in vain. Australia was very slow off the blocks. That was the reason. But they came back strong against Sri Lankans, winning the second game of the last delivery. So La Rosa and Gill looking to settle down and once again launch at the end. A good piece of bowling by Vihanga. Another dot ball. Vihanga, if she can consistently hit the same line and length, she's very difficult to get off.
No, if you're bowling that fuller length, I think all the bowlers have been difficult to get over with. As soon as you drop it short, it has been much easier for the batters. Dhammika, even when Prabodha was bowling, when she bowled that fuller length, though she didn't pick up wickets, it was difficult to hit her on most instances, and we have seen that with Vihanga or Gimhani as well. So there is lots of time to get onto the back foot if you bowl short. This wicket is slow, and the batters can really hang back, wait for the ball, and hit it into the gaps. 41 completed, 178 for 5.
So Vihanga came back strong. Wasn't the best start. 10 overs, 31 dot balls, and 4.3 her economy. Very good comeback, and we are expecting Vihanga can deliver with the bat today. Very talented young batsman.
It will be interesting to see where she bats. Will she open? In that last game, she came down the order. So it's interesting to see how Sri Lanka. I probably think she'll come down the order. They will open with the two left-handers who did really well in that last T20. But we'll have to wait and see. We don't know the Sri Lankan tactics. So this is Hansika into a third over. She's been fairly economical as well. But what we need now is another breakthrough. Not let this pair settle down.
We had a classic example previous over when Vihanga got fuller. Gill found it difficult to maneuver the ball for a single, but soon after Vihanga went short, enough room. Just like that, it's very hard to penetrate the gaps and find singles easily if you go slower and fuller. Hansika meanwhile doing a decent job, like you just mentioned. Sri Lanka slowly but steadily. Oh no, as we trying to wrap Sri Lankans, once again fielding falling apart. Hansika, a full toss to start with. Gill beautifully smacked away for another boundary.
Sapua bowling, that could have been hammered anywhere she wanted it to. Gill deciding to go towards that square-leg region. A good attempt, just could not keep it in the within the ropes. That was a good valiant dive there. That is Dahami Senitma, who did a lot of work. She hasn't played a big role, just the 2 overs she bowled today. Probably might come on in the death, we never know.
Sri Lanka definitely had enough bowling resources. This time gets it finer, using the pace of the bowler. Very beautifully done. Hashrat Gill, we mentioned, very talented. She's just proven that.
Yes, but again it's the length. You cannot afford to keep dropping it short. The batters have lots of time to get onto the back foot and maneuver the ball anywhere they want to. Lots of open spaces here, and Hasrat Gill is very talented. She was soon to pick her spot. She knew exactly where the fielders was. You see intentionally getting it beyond square for yet another boundary.
So boundaries are arriving. Hansika completes her third with a dot ball after 42. Australia 187 for 5. Looking at the scorecard, outstanding knock by Lucy Hamilton, 80 of 96. I think Sri Lanka did well to pick her wicket to slow things down. Lions 39, Briscoe 27, very useful contributions. Today as well, Sri Lanka providing touch too many extras, 15 of them inside 42 overs. So areas to be improved, discipline that matters. Looks like we got another bowling change. Looks like Sewandi, Rashmika Sewandi is about to start her 5th so far. Given away 12 runs, yet to pick up a wicket. This time goes Fuller. Finds the field at extra cover. Wenger did the fielding, no run. 4.43 is the run rate for Australian at the moment. If they move ahead at the same rate, they can very easily go past 210, which will be a total. Sri Lanka will definitely fancy their chances. So it's about Sri Lanka tightening things up, tightening the screws. Oh, get past the outside edge. Sewandi. Really nice outswinger. La Rosa. Someone who likes to hit through the ground.
She's had an up and down game. Sewandi bowled well in the field. She was brilliant, got a run out, but then missed a huge chance, a big opportunity of Lions in the outfield. She'll be looking to make amends and try and get a breakthrough here for Sri Lanka. These two players, left-handers, they'll be looking to accelerate. Sri Lanka won't mind the two left-handers. It's easier for them to set the field. Bowl to a similar field to both the players.
So they had a very good first spell, and coming back straight away, settling into good lines and lengths, more or less bowling fuller and straighter. This time the touch, feeling the deep. Good effort, sending a very decent return, and Gill picks up another single. Stream of singles and twos. As long as Sri Lanka keeping Australians from scoring boundaries, they'll do good.
Good batting by Gill, just using the pace of the bowler. She's a very skilled cricketer with pattern ball. She's playing it late. Once again wide of that middle fielder. Will they come back for 2? No. Good return. The bowler ducked under it and then smiled. She thought, I'll let the backup fielder do the clearing. I don't want to hurt my fingers trying to catch that strong throw. Sewandi being cheeky there.
Good thing on that occasion there was a backup fielder. Otherwise, could have easily gone for more runs. Decent over, just 3 runs. Subwandi, this time sliding down the leg side, forgetting the good things. Discipline. I think Sri Lanka should be improving, hopefully, in the next game against England. And the remainder of this innings, they need to be very, very tight. They, like I mentioned, they just cannot let Australia off the hook. Oh, how about that for a placement? Fielder in the deep, fielder inside 30-yard circle. Got in between 2 fielders and picking up another boundary. Sewandi, decent over so far, but finishing up expensive. 8 runs off.
That's a 2 shot once again. Easy pickings, just swirls around and puts it into the gap. No chance for the fielder coming in from the 5-leg boundary. Hansani. So that spoiled a decent over, as you mentioned. It went for 8 at the end. Now Sri Lanka have to make sure that Australia don't get away with this game. Just keep it well within their control. Keep ball in dot balls. Try to pick up a wicket or 2. Because if 5 overs remaining, Australia could get to another 30-40 runs. They'll go past that 230 plus mark, which will be very difficult for Sri Lanka to chase down. Hansika cannot afford to bowl any loose deliveries. Now every over she's tended to bowl a full toss, which has been put away for 4.
Most of the runs came off Sri Lankan spin bowlers are off the shorter deliveries. This time goes fuller. There he goes straight away. Australians not finding it as easy as pulling it away or cutting it away. Playing through the ground, down the ground, has been proven difficult. This is not the pitch you had at Hambantota. Not enough bounce, touch lower. So batters got to play late and maneuver the balls into the gaps. Hansika, meanwhile, her previous over was an expensive one, so far conceding only a single. 4.52 run rate dipped somewhat, but now these two have settled down. They will definitely press the accelerator. This time once again into the gap. She was asking for a punishment. Poor bowling.
Very poor. I mentioned start of the over she tends to bowl a loose delivery every over, and you cannot afford to do that in this format. 200 on the board with that 4. Too short. Easy for Gill. She doesn't have the protection at a fine leg, so you need to bowl that fuller length. Make the Australian batters do something different. Make them go for it. They make them do the hard work, but here Sri Lanka are giving freebies every over, and which is releasing the pressure and making it much more easier for a Gill.
It's about using your common sense, Ricky. Previous delivery was once again another misfield. Fielding once again not up to the mark, provided we haven't counted how many runs they conceded in the field, but fielding today definitely not what we've seen in the first game in the T20 series. There you go, they are relatively relaxed and happy. The dugout Australians going straight. Clear opportunity, well taken. Sri Lanka picking up La Rosa's wicket, could be crucial.
Yes, finally holding on to a catch. Sanjana out there at long on. La Rosa, I think, mistimed that one. I think she was looking to go much straighter, and the ball holding up a bit in the surface. It's the length again, and yes, she dragged it towards the long on. She was definitely looking to go much straighter. Easy catch, straight down her throat. It's a big wicket. La Rosa departs for 6. Kavindi, the catcher, 201 for 6.
As we once again having a look at the surroundings, Tegan Williamson comes in at number 8. Now it's about Australians doing the finishing job. Sri Lanka. This wicket should provide another window of opportunity for them. Despite conceding a boundary, Hansika picking up a wicket. Still very economical under the circumstances. Williamson, another batsman who can use the long handle really well. Australia 201 for 6.
Correct. Center. One left.
As usual, wickets generally slow things down. Williamson, now she will have to get a good start. This is not the time for them to dig themselves in and settle. Ross Fuller away from the outside edge and dot ball to complete the 44th. Australia 201 for 6.
Yes, take a look at that last wicket. That was a decent over from Hansika at the end because she picked up the wicket. Yes, she was probably trying to go over mid-off, straight, much straighter, dragged it towards the onside, and that was a good catch at the end. Much needed for Sri Lanka. 6 overs to go. Australia at this rate will get another 30 runs. So that they will be looking to close to 230, 235 if it's at this rate. But Sri Lanka should try their best to restrict Australia to around 220 at least, I feel. Because anything over 230 is going to be really difficult. Even 220 is going to be difficult for Sri Lanka, no doubt about it. Australia have a good bowling lineup.
I reckon 220 is about par score here. Very good track, plenty of runs, fast outfield.
Oh, these are free runs, isn't it? The fielders are missing stuff that are coming straight towards them. You know, we have seen that in the last couple of overs. Just very casual cricket. You cannot afford to do this. Now you have to be on the game each and every ball. There you go again. Early over 2 we had a similar incident.
We've seen instances where the fielders not getting low enough. Oh, that was really nicely played. Will it go all the way? Yes, it does. Another boundary. Outfield very fast. Williamson straight away joins the party.
She picked a spot. She knew there was no production in that third man region. Just angled the bat. Deft touch at the last moment, almost out from the wicket keeper's gloves. Had just enough to take it to the boundary for 4. These are all valuable runs now for Australia.
Sri Lanka looking to slow it down further. This time inside edge for a single. Almost dragged that one onto the stumps. Prabodha already given away 6 runs in her 8. Had a very good spell previously. Only 21 runs of 7 overs. She has been the one who pulling things back for Sri Lanka. So the skipper is expecting her to do the same thing inside the last 6 overs. This time goes across the line. Finds a fielder, just a single.
Yes, the ones Sri Lanka will take is the boundaries. They need to stop already 1 boundary in this over, so they considered 7 Prabodha. They have to keep changing the field now because it's a left and right hand combination. That's in there, but safe. She was looking to go across the line, beaten in the flight. Slight bit of turn as well.
Australia quite clearly take the charge. Final 6 overs. It's about getting as much as possible. No man's land. This time going across the line. Well played. 2 fielders converging and picked it up. Sends in a very good return. Another single. There you go. Stream of singles after the boundary. Completes the 45th. 210 for 6.
top of the goal fort next to that clock tower, the famous clock tower. Few of the spectators watching the game from there as well. It's a good place to watch cricket, most certainly. Quite a very large area this goal fort is. There's a lot to walk, and certainly a lot to see. Gets away with that one, Hansika. It was short once again on leg stump. Gill will be disappointed.
Well, Gill 24 coming off 21 deliveries. Hansika 4.1 overs, 24 for 1. Australia definitely very much in command of the game. That one off the back foot and got the gap. That's going towards the boundary. That's 4 more runs to Gill. Takes her on to 28 and the Australians go on to 214.
Yes, once again short, rocking onto her back foot, giving herself some room to pierce the gap on the offside. Beautifully executed by Hasrat Gill. She had all the time in the world to get it between those two fielders and no protection there. So the Sri Lankan bowlers, and Hansika in particular, is not learning quickly enough that you cannot afford to bowl short. You need to bowl fullish length as much as possible. If Gill comes down the track, hits you over the top, then it's a good shot. It doesn't matter. Try to bowl that fullish length and make run scoring more difficult for the Aussie batters.
Well, Gill has played very well, getting 28 runs of 22 deliveries. She has got on with the game. Well, the Australians looking for a total around 230, 240. Well, they can reach that target. It's about 5 overs remaining. They're 214. Gill batting fell on 28. That swept away nicely, but well fielded there.
Still 4 overs to go after this. Australia looking at 230 plus.
This time is nicely played by Gill, but there is a fielder right down on the boundary. Then just a single. Takes her on to 29 and the Australians go for 215. Runs are coming fast, Ricky. 4.69 the run rate. They might be wanting to push it up further. Get it to about 4.75 towards the close of the innings. That's again nicely played. That's an innovative shot. Goes down towards the fine leg area. 2 more runs to Williamson. Takes her on to 8.
Yes, easy. Now look at that. Another full toss. You can expect that from Hansika every over. So that was much too easy for Williamson. 24 deliveries, legal deliveries left. And Australia are going to look at 240, I feel, from here onwards. Gets towards the latter part, they accelerated now in the last 5 overs. The buildings have been very steady. Runs have come at around 8 runs per over at a regular basis.
Yes, Australia definitely going to look at 240. They are capable of getting it. With Hasrat Gill batting very well on 29. Williamson providing that needed support. Present run rate is 4.70. That hit uppishly but straight into the hands of the mid-outfielder.
You bowl the foolish delivery, it has been difficult to time. That has been the story all day today. Sri Lanka have got almost all their wickets bowling full. You know, making the batters to try and go down the ground. See, once again, Gill looking to power it down the ground. Doesn't get a time in right at all. Caught and mid off, a good catch. We saw La Rosa doing the same earlier on. We saw Hamilton getting out to a foolish delivery. So Hazrat Gill departs for a very good 29 after 27 deliveries. It's a 217 for 7.
Well, definitely that's a needed wicket for Prabodha. She bowled quite well. See Maggie Clark coming in at number 9. Quite a capable batter, Maggie Clark. Prabodha 1 for 30 of 8.2 overs.
No doubt she's bowled well. When it comes to bowling with discipline, she has been up there. She's been very accurate. She hasn't hardly given away a loose ball. Whatever boundaries were struck off her has been good cricketing shots. The batters have taken the initiative. So she's had a decent outing so far.
Well, with that single, Maggie Clark gets off the mark. The Australian score moving on to 218. Definitely she has got a good economy rate too. That's another good delivery, tossed up delivery. Williamson tried to innovate again. Missed it completely. From the tossing of the ball and inviting the batsman to come down the wicket.
It has been a very good over. Just the 2 runs and a wicket. She needs to end it well here, the 47th. You can't ask for more if you're going to go at the 2-3 runs per over and a wicket.
Definitely the bowling, the 47th over for 2 runs. Definitely has to be a good over. But that's it. She has done it for 2 runs. Australia 219 for 7 after 47.
This was the wicket of Hazrat Gill. Looking to launch it over mid-off. Didn't get any power behind it. Didn't time it at all. It was a straightforward catch by Sachin Rashmika. Sorry, Rashmika Sewandi. I think it was. So there you go. 39 to Lyons, Hamilton 80, 27 to Briscoe and 29 to Gill. They were the chief run getters. Lucy Hamilton leading the way. Sri Lanka have just 3 overs left to try and minimize this damage.
Well, Lucy Hamilton definitely controlled the Australian innings. She put on a good partnership with Grace Lyons for the 2nd wicket. Good 91-run partnership. Then we had another 58-run partnership between...
Once again played very late. Another couple of runs. Williamson likes that region. She likes to use the pace of the bowlers to run it down towards 3rd man. She's been successful so far this afternoon.
The runs coming off Williamson's bat. 11 coming off 8 deliveries. Ansika bowling her 6th over. Australia 221 for 7. That's cut away nicely. It goes down towards the sweeper cover right on the boundary line. She gets a single. Takes her on to 12 and the Australians go to 222. It's double Nelson there. 222 for 7.
Yes, Australia where they wanted to be at the start of play when at the toss. They wanted to get 230 plus. They're certainly in with the position to get there now comfortably. These two will be just knocking it around, accumulating runs till they get the loose ball.
Yes, definitely runs are coming in this over. 4 runs gone of 3 deliveries. Getting a run off each ball, that's what is important. That's down the leg side, worked away nicely. Getting that single. Takes Williamson on to 13 and the score to 224. Well, with 2.2 overs remaining, Ricky, definitely the Australians will be looking at 235 to 40. That's it uppishly. Could be just falling short of the fielder. They're going for the second. Looking for the third, but they're happy with two. Taking the score on to 226.
It's uppishly played once again, but no chance for the fielder. But you cannot doubt the effort. Hold out. Playing all around it. Ball full and straight. You miss, I hit. That should have been the way to go for Sri Lanka right throughout the innings. Nothing is never too late. And Hansika has picked up a second wicket. 48 overs completed, 226 for 8 as the Clark departs.
You see the replay of that. Played over it. And Hansika hits the stumps. Maggie Clark definitely beaten and bowled for 4. Australia 226 for 8.
Sienna Eve, better known for her bowling. She's been absolutely fantastic with the ball. Can she do some damage with the bat in these last 2 overs? As we see the beautiful pictures of the Indian Ocean surrounding us.
Chamadit Pramoda bowling her last over. She's definitely bowled well. 1 for 32 of 9 overs. Tossing that delivery up to the Australian batters, inviting them to come down the wicket and play her.
So what will Eve do here? She's going to have a swing at it. That was the one playing all over that one. Missing the straight delivery.
Again, another good delivery. Just worked on the onside and get a single. Williamson has been getting her runs quickly, pushing and getting those singles and twos. She's on 14 of 11 deliveries. That's an innovative shot, but straight to the fielder. That's the end of Williamson. She has to go.
Yes, trying to be a bit cute was Williamson. She saw the fielder in the circle. She thought she could clear it, get it away from that fielder and get more runs. But unfortunately, she has hit it straight down the fielder's throat. The idea was right, but just could not get the execution right. That's not a shot you play often. You need a lot of practice. And William hasn't done so. She departs for 14, 228 for 9. So Bonnie Berry, the double B, is out there. One of their main bowlers in this lineup. Now they'll have to be careful that they don't get bowled out before the 50th over. Just one wicket in hand. Williamson and Berry, or beg your pardon, Eve and Berry now in the centre.
Yes, definitely they might be wanting to bat this. 8 deliveries, 8 legal deliveries remaining in this over. There you see the last wicket. Williamson trying to create a reverse sweep. Didn't get hold of it. And that's another wicket gone. So that's the end of Berry. Pramod finishing up with 3 for 34. So Australia all out for 228 in the 49th over.
Well, I just mentioned there to be careful that they don't get bowled out, and this is very unfortunate for Australia. At one time they were going so well, and they lost their last 5 wickets or so, almost next to nothing. And more importantly, haven't batted out their 50 overs. That last one was a very good catch. We'd love to take a look at that one. Roboda, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 34 of a 9.5 overs. She's been absolutely brilliant. The youngster, 14-year-old. She has led this bowling attack brilliantly. There you go again. Scooping it in there towards the long on. And it was a good catch. That was an excellent catch. Got her hands under it. One hand under it. So Sashini grabbing onto that one. Sashini Gimhani. Super fielding. And Sri Lanka bowled out Australia for 228 in 48.5 overs. Australia won't be happy. They were targeting 230. They are almost got there. Philly was out early, but Lyons 65 and Hamilton 80 put up a superb partnership until Lyons was dismissed. Then Briscoe came in, joined Hamilton. They too batted well. Briscoe was out for 27. Smith, the captain, was out early. Gill provided some firepower towards the end, 29. Larosa just 6. Williamson 14. Even out on 1, but the star was Lucy Hamilton, who was out for 80 of just 96 deliveries. That was a fantastic innings. 16 extras with this total of 228.
There you see the Sri Lankan bowling card. So won the 5 overs, none for 20. Pick of the bowlers, definitely Sambodhi Pramod 3 for 34. And Sashini Gimani got 3 for 49. Hiruni Hansika got 2 for 38. These are the wicket takers, with Vehanga getting 1 for 43 of 10 overs. Well, definitely a good bowling performance by the Sri Lankans. I'm sure Ricky, Sri Lankans might be happy to stop the Australians at 228.
That's Gimhani and Praboda to me were the pick of the bowlers. Gimhani is a wicket-taking option. Praboda likes to contain the batters and then wait for their mistake. She did so, picking up 3 for 34 in 9.5 overs. So the second wicket partnership of was brilliant of 91. Then we had a 58-run partnership. After that, wickets started to tumble at regular intervals. And Australia, unable to bat the 50 overs, bowled out for 220.
superb.
So welcome back to the Galle International Stadium. Well, we have had a fantastic first innings or the first 50 overs of this first 50 over limited overs game between Sri Lanka and Australia of the women's under 19 Tri-Nations tournament. And Sri Lanka need 229 to win in 50 overs at 4.58. 228 is what Australia got. They were going smoothly at one time, looking to probably get 240 plus. But Sri Lanka came back strongly to bowl them out in 48.3 overs. Australia will be slightly disappointed that they didn't bat the allocated 50 overs. But nevertheless, they have got a good score on the board. I feel scoreboard pressure is going to come. Anything in that region, it's difficult to chase for under 19s. And chasing has been difficult. Even in the T20 format, we saw that chasing wasn't the easiest. Other than the two games, England won handsomely. The others were difficult to chase. Australia won off the last ball in one T20 game. The rest were won by the team batting first. So it's not going to be easy for the young Sri Lankan players. But then they have a lot to prove. And they have some very good batters at the top of the order. Especially their openers are very capable. Sanjana Karvindi, I'm looking forward to her bat, as well as the other left-hander Ashani Kaushalya. Both of them looked really good in that last T20 against England, put up a very good partnership, good players, and they have lots of time. Now Sri Lankans must not be rushed. They have to take their time. They have 50 overs to bat. Take much as time as possible and drag this game deep. Good afternoon, Paulinus. After a heavy lunch.
Good afternoon, Ricky, and good afternoon to all our viewers all around the globe. Definitely, as Ricky said, the young, inexperienced Sri Lankan team should think of batting the 50 overs and assess their situation from time to time. And their main intention should be to bat the 50 overs. That's what is needed for this inexperienced Sri Lankan lineup.
Yes, because, yes, Sir Paulinus, just to add on to that, the runs will come because there is going to be that loose ball and there will be the extras as well. We saw Australia bowl a lot of extras in their T20 format. They will be looking forward to correct that in this. We'll have to wait and see. But then there is always that tendency for the loose ball to come, which can be punished. And these are fairly big boundaries as well. A lot of open spaces here at goal. The surface is good. Lots of time to play your shots. Quick outfield. Sri Lanka have to have that patience, show that grit, determination to bat for longer periods, and then drag it deep and see what the outcome will be. So we have Berry to open the bowling. Just one slip.
It's the Sri Lankan batter's intention should be to bat the first ball, bowl him. So that's the end of the first wicket to fall. That's carving the walk back. Bowled by Berry for no score.
You see, not a good shot. Not really assessing the pace of the wicket. First ball, she tried to play a horizontal bat shot. She was looking to pull that through mid-wicket. You could see the bat coming from that slip cotton region, looking to play through mid-wicket. You cannot do that on this surface. This is not the surface we played at Hambantota. The third umpire will check for the no ball.
Yeah, checking for the no ball.
Do we have?
Okay, wait, sir, we have.
So it's signalled as a no ball. There you go. Umpire Shanta Fonseca signal in. That's unfortunate for Australia and for Berry. First ball wicket. What luck for Kawindi. That was not a good shot, nevertheless. She went for cross-batted shot straight away. This wicket is slightly slower than what I was talking about in Hambantota. And the ball tends to keep a bit low as well. So you have to be very careful. Cannot play too early. She has to adjust to the surface well, like the Australians did. There you go again. See, again she missed out on that one. You see, the difference was when we saw Lyons and Hamilton bat, they took their time. They were not rushed at all. They didn't go ham bang on every ball. They took their time just to look for the singles, played dot balls. They were not a rush at all, because this is not a T20 game. You have 50 overs to bat, and that is something these young Sri Lankan batters have to take into mind.
Yeah, this is what I said, Ricky. They got to get this experience. They got to think of batting the 50 overs. This is not, as you said, this is not a T20 game. And especially getting that experience in a 50-over game. They got the opportunity. They got to capitalize on it. They got to think of bat the 50 overs. They can assist their score while in progress. If they can bat for about 35, 40 overs, then they can say if they have a chance or want to go for the win. So the main intention for them is to bat the 50 overs.
Sanjana Kawindi is a very talented player. I'll tell you, she's a bright prospect for the future of the women's cricket in Sri Lanka, no doubt about it. She has a lot of talent, capability. We saw that in the T20 format. She has the power. She has shots, especially through that offside. And she has a lot to give, to offer to Sri Lanka cricket, women's cricket. So just all she needs is that a bit of maturity, the patience, the game awareness, and she will get much better. There you go. I said she's looking really good, especially when she plays to the offside. That was straight to the fielder, but that was an excellent cover drive once again. She will not miss out on anything that's outside the off stump.
Both the batters still to open their accounts. Kawindi and Kaushalya.
Much better, offering the straight bat. Now that is what we want to see. On this surface, you need to be looking to play straight much as possible. Just drive through the line. If it is short, wide, then you put it away to the boundary.
It's nicely worked away by Kawindi towards the deep square leg area. They get a single. So Kawindi is off the mark. 3 on the board for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka need 229 to win this game. Australia set up a target of 228. Australia won the toss and decided to bat first. And Lucy Hamilton controlled things for Australia. She batted very well to get a well-placed 80.
Good over from Berry. Nevertheless, she should have got a wicket if she didn't overstep. First over complete at 3 without loss.
So it's Lucy Hamilton to continue from the call 410. Hamilton did bowl well in the T20 series. So all left arm. Bowling to Kawindi, who's on 1. Kawindi quite lucky to be bowled in the first ball of a no ball. Hamilton definitely is a quality all-rounder. Played a very good innings, coming in at number 3 for Australia.
That's Hamilton. Oh, she's a very good cricketer. She'll be very good with the new ball. Looking to change her pace, mix her pace up. See, very nice action. Smooth run up to the crease. Oh, beautifully bowled. Ball in those right channels. And with her height, she can certainly trouble the left-hander. And along with La Rosa, they are two of the better weapons, or the main weapons in the seam bowling attack for Australia.
We've not seen much movement of Hamilton today, but during the 20-over series, definitely she moved the ball a bit. That's nicely played on the onside. Well fielded there, no run.
No need to panic for Sri Lanka. 2.26. 226 is the required score now from here onwards. Just over 4 runs per over. The runs will come as long as you keep the wickets intact.
And we were talking about getting their main intention is to bat the 50 overs. That slashed away nicely towards the third man boundary. 4 runs, 4 to Kawindi. Takes her on to 5 and the Sri Lankan total to 7. There was width in it and Kawindi slashed it away nicely. That is a good shot played. We see the replay on that.
Yes, once again played beautifully through the offside. I mentioned she's very strong. Any width outside the off stump, she will go for it. Now, growing up, I'm sure she has watched a lot of those Sri Lankan opening batters. Sri Lanka have had aggressive opening batters in the men's cricket over the years who like to throw their hands at anything outside the off stump, and same with the Sri Lankan women's captain as well, Chamari Atapattu. Any width outside the off stump, they will punish you. And I'm sure growing up, Kawindi has watched how they bat. And she's doing well. She's doing well for these under-19s. She needs to just keep going because she has the shots to catch up. Even if she plays a number of dot balls, it doesn't matter because soon as the ball is loose, she will punish it. She has the power, she has the shots to get it away to the boundary.
Well, talking about the Sri Lanka women's team, they got the better of the South Africans recently. 2 games to 1, he bowled him. So that's the end of Kaushalya.
Now Berry, she didn't know she hit the stumps. She was appealing for an LBW. You see, and then she realized, no, it's clean bowled, and she was embarrassed because she was asking the umpire, how is that? Kaushalya playing all across that one. You need to be playing straight. Look at her bat. She was looking to play it towards the square leg, off the pad onto the stumps. That's what probably Berry thought. She didn't see the ball hitting the stumps. But finally she's got the wicket she was looking for. Ashani Kaushalya, unfortunately, couldn't convert her form from the T20s into this one-day game. Is out without scoring. Sri Lanka 7 for 1.
Well, definitely Ashani Kaushalya trying to play across the line. Missed it completely. It's Somuduni Sansala coming in at number 3 for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka got to think of batting as long as possible. Runs will come if the wickets are intact.
They changed the batting order. We have Sumudini Sansala, the wicket keeper, who is coming at number 3. She batted down the order in the T20s. So they have sent in a right-hander now. We saw some of the others, the likes of Netranjali bat up the order as well. Vihanga, we saw open the innings in a couple of games. But I think what they're missing out is Netmi Sena Ratna, who got injured. She was the number 3 batter. Unfortunately, after that super 50, she got injured while fielding. I heard that she's sort of it's not too serious, as you say. It's not a fracture. That was the clean bowled, plain all around that one. So Netmi Sena Ratna is sort of a muscle issue she's having. So we are hoping that she will heal quickly. She will be back in action for women's cricket. So that's where I think Sri Lanka have to now change their batting order around and try to fit in these players. So Sumudhi Nisansala getting the opportunity to bat high up the order, and she should try to capitalize now, make use of the opportunity.
It's definitely Bonnie Brady also bowling with good amount of pace, and she did move that previous delivery away from the batter. All what we have been telling the Sri Lankan batter should do is to bat as long as possible. Definitely runs are going to come.
So you can see the Australian faster bowlers, they are much taller, bigger, strong, and they bowl with a bit more pace than the Sri Lankan bowlers. We saw that with Hamilton, we see that with Berry, we'll see that with La Rosa later on. And it seems that they prefer the 50 over format much more. And the Australians, to me, have adjusted quickly to the surface. You know, from what they have seen when they started to bat, they know what the length should be they should bowl at. When they were batting, you saw how they adjusted quickly to the conditions. And now also with the ball, when you take Berry, she's looking to bowl the fuller length. She's not bowling anything short. Bowl full and straight. 3 overs completed. It's a wicket made. 7 for 1.
So Sri Lanka needing a further 222 to win this game, or 47 overs. Lucy Hamilton to continue. He's talking about that, Ricky. Yes, definitely the Australians got themselves adjusted into a 50-over format from the T20 format very quickly. Of course, they are a much more experienced team than the Sri Lankans. So Sri Lanka 7 for 1. 3 overs.
So bowling well, bowling on those correct channels is Hamilton. And she's just bowling well within herself, not trying to do anything uncharacteristic. She's bowling that line on that off stump, just outside off stump.
That's another good delivery by Hamilton, nearly played on. Sri Lankan batter should be watching to that pace. Watch carefully, get in line.
She has a beautiful action, no doubt about it. Not complicated at all, very simple. Good follow through.
Definitely a wonderful all-rounder, Lucy Hamilton. Driven this time, but straight to the fielder. What they got to do is to play straight rather than trying to play cross-bat shots. The Sri Lankan batters.
Keeping things simple is Australia. Letting the surface do the rest. What they will learn is, all these young players, the surface at goal you know, the faster bowlers have to strive hard if they're going to get wickets, if they're going to get success. We have seen that in the past as well. In any form of cricket played at goal, it's generally more suited to the spinners. So you need a lot of patience as a fast bowler, especially when it's hot and humid. You know, you just need to keep pegging away, bowl those correct lengths, correct lines, and wait for the batter to make the mistake. This is exactly what Hamilton has done in this. So it's a maiden, but Kawindi hasn't tried anything fancy. 4 was completed, 7 for 1.
In my bag. Oh, I see. Do you want mine for now? Huh? Do you want mine for now?
It's the afternoon time, the busy time here in the city of Galle, the Galle town. Schools have just finished. You could see a lot of children going after school as well. The teachers, not forgetting the teachers as well. Lots of schools, important schools in and around the Galle city, not forgetting Richmond College Galle, Mahinda College Galle, the two of the biggest of them. Play a lot of cricket at this venue. And we have St. Aloysius as well.
Yes, Richmond College Galle is the oldest Sri Lankan boys' school. More than 200 years of age. In Galle.
So into the 5th over of play, Berry the bowler. Yes, so we have a Southlands Girls' School as well, which is one of the oldest schools when it comes to girls' schools in this city of Galle or the southern province.
So Sri Lanka needing further 222 runs to win this game in 45.3 overs. That's tall order with these two Australian pacemen bowling. Berry and Hamilton bowling good line, good length. That's down the leg side, turned away nicely by Nissan Salah. That's gone into the boundary for 4.
That's well played by Nissan Salah. Didn't try to hit it too hard, Paulinus. You could see she waited for it. It was a short delivery, the first loose delivery really that Berry has bowled in this spell. And Kumudhu Nissan Salah, you could see that she waited for it, just swirled around, gave it direction, didn't try to hit it too hard, and she's picked up 4. So this is what Sri Lanka have to keep doing. Wait for that loose ball.
She did well. She watched the ball well and worked it according to the pace. Turned it around. She's on 4. Kawindi on 5. Sri Lanka 11 for 1 at the moment.
Few of the spectators watching this game. We have the gents or the boys who have come over as well. They've come to see the girls play. And in the meantime, after playing a very good shot, Nissan Salah a bit loose outside the off stump with an offer, but you could see just threw her hands at it. Not much of a footwork.
You see the replay of that. She cuts it uppishly, but straight to the cover fielder. That's poor shot selection. Caught by Clark, Maggie Clark. Samudra Nishan Salah walking back for 4. Sri Lanka 11 for 2 after 5 overs.
It was the new batsman Devi Vihanga, right-hander in at 4. Huge responsibility well on her shoulders. experienced, talented. It's time to shine. Sri Lanka, not the ideal start, chasing down, needing 218 more runs. They have enough time, but the problem right now is they are losing wickets at a heap. At this stage, Australia, very calm, very composed, playing each ball on its merit and not going for big shots. Instead, Sri Lanka losing a trick. It's about just blocking or going for a big shot after playing a very good shot down the leg side, picking up a boundary, wicket-keeper batsman. Perishes. Now Sri Lanka 11 for 2. Need a big partnership.
Yes, the Sri Lankan batters should first realize to get used to the pace of the wicket. The Australians did exactly that when they were batting. They watched the ball very carefully, got used to the pace of the wicket before playing shots. Especially Lyons and Hamilton in particular, they put on a good 91-run partnership between them. They worked the ball accordingly, got those singles, and then once they got onto the strike, they got used to the pace of the wicket. They started playing their shots and getting the scoreboard moving.
That's how Sri Lanka loses their first wicket. Very nicely taken, nice low catch. Australia so far good in the field. And at the same time, I'm starting to notice Australians have adjusted according to the pitch. They saw whenever Sri Lankan bowlers bowled fuller, batters found it little difficult to handle with their timing, with their placement. But right throughout Australian two faster bowlers spells, no short stuff on offer on good length or fuller.
Although we cannot blame the Sri Lankan girls because they definitely lack experience in this 50-over type of cricket. But the Australians have been playing a lot of 50-over cricket, no doubt about that. But still, you got to compete. You got to compete. Get this experience. That's what the Sri Lankan girls should do. Grab the opportunity. Try to bat the 50 overs. Forget about whatever runs. You can watch. You can assess while the innings progress. You can assess the situation and then think of going for a win. But first, think to bat as long as possible.
I'm sure they must have done their preparations. One rather good delivery outside the off stump. Very close to the outside edge. Sanjana Kavindi looking good. Played a beautiful shot through point region for a boundary. You're having another look at the previous delivery. There you go, shaping in with the arm and a little bit of movement. We've spoken enough about adjusting according to the situation, adjusting according to the format. This is a good opportunity. Sri Lanka is just about playing smart. I'm sure two young ladies out there in the middle will realize the importance of spending time in the middle, hopefully.
Lucy Hamilton bowling into a good line, good length. Not giving any width to the batters to get on with the game. All what the batsman got to do is to watch the ball very carefully. There you see some school children coming in to watch the game. Well, as Ricky said earlier, this is the busiest time in this time. Ball time, there's a loud appeal. But
perhaps an inside edge. Umpire unmoved. Dot ball, a maiden Hamilton in the middle of a very good spell after 6. 11 for 2. If you have another look. There you go. It looks like there was an inside edge. Moving down the leg side nevertheless. So Hamilton doing everything right. Just about learning by seeing. Needing 218. 44 overs left. 4.95. Not a huge ask, but inexperienced Sri Lankans. Bit iffy for sure. I'm sure batters like Vihanga and Nanakara, they need to get the bulk of scoring for Sri Lanka.
it's another good delivery by Bonnie Berry. Sri Lanka definitely missing the services of Nithmi Rashmika, who got injured, as Ricky was telling us earlier. a shoulder injury. She got a fantastic 50 in the second game in the T20 series, after which she had an injury and was ruled out for the entire series.
Absolutely right about that. Sri Lanka need something like that. How about that for a square cut? Short enough, wide enough for the first time. Berry with some room outside the off stump, and Vihanga pounce on it. Beautiful to watch.
Yes, there you see the replay of that. There was width in it, and Vihanga cuts it nicely between cover and extra. That's going to the boundary for 4. That was a good shot, no doubt about that. There was width enough, and Vihanga capitalizing on it, taking the Sri Lankan score on to 15 for 2 Sri Lanka.
It's about experienced players, leading players, taking up the responsibility, carrying Sri Lanka batting forward. Inexperienced players, most of them. So Vihanga, Nanakara, Kavindi. It's about apply yourself, build a good platform. This target, bit of an in-between target. Australia at the toss mentioned they are aiming to go beyond 230, failing to do so. Wide, above the head, and at the same time one above the shoulder height.
Yes, we were talking about Nithmi Senaratne again. Sri Lankans definitely missed her in the lineup. She looked a solid batter, isn't it, Damika? That's a appeal, loud appeal, and it's given out. So that's the end of Vihanga playing across, right in front. We'll have a replay on that. So Vihanga given out LPW, so she goes back for 4. Berry gets a third. 3 for 12 her bowling figures. There you see, right on the middle stump, isn't it, Damika?
Yeah, going on to hit midland leg perhaps, and she should have played straight towards mid-on region. Instead she tried to flick that one. Berry was very steady, very accurate, and picks up her third. Spoken about bowling on partnerships. Hamilton at the other end keeping things tied, and Berry reaping the benefits.
Yes, all 3 wickets to fall for Bonnie Berry. That's the Sri Lankan captain, Manudi Nanakara, coming into bat at number 5. Lot of responsibility on her shoulders.
So in the 2 T20 matches where Manudi Nanakara batted well for Sri Lanka, carried them beyond 230 against Australia. In the second game, she batted according to a plan. I think that plan very well suited here in one-day cricket. There you go. That's the way to play it. More or less Berry attacking the stumps. This is very good bowling after conceding a boundary, picked up a wicket and stream of dot balls.
Yes, these 2 bowlers have really put Australia on top at the moment. Berry getting all the 3 wickets. Yes, as you said, Lucy Hamilton keeping things tight on the other end. There you see the replay of that last wicket. Right in front, no doubt about that. Hitting middle stump for midland leg. That's another good delivery by Bonnie Berry. She's bowling with a lot of pace. That's the end of the 7th over. 16 for 3 Sri Lanka.
Stunning. Look at it. This is the worm. Started off slowly. Already 3 wickets down. In one-day cricket, it's about building partnerships. Sri Lanka need 2 or 3 big partnerships. Not coming at the moment, as you can see. 3 down. Not in an ideal state of mind at the moment.
No doubt the Sri Lankan batters should build a partnership. They got to bat as much as possible. They got to rotate the strike by getting the singles. That's what is needed. They lost 3 wickets up to now. Two Australian fast bowlers. The opening bowlers have done very good. Do you see Hamilton bowling her 4th over, just giving away only 4 runs, whereas Berry on the other end have been taking the wickets. All the 3 wickets falling to Berry.
That one was touch fuller. Kavindi went on with a booming drive, find the fielder. Unfortunately, that was perfectly timed, of course. Kavindi now settled down, spend time in the middle. She know how the wicket is behaving. There you go. Anything outside the off stump, fuller or shorter. Kavindi very strong. Straight away, Hamilton goes shorter, just about the shoulder height, and Kavindi very intelligently let that one go.
Hamilton bowling dot ball after dot ball. There is some beautiful pictures coming from the drone camera here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Wonderful tourist destination down the southern region of Sri Lanka.
Another dot ball. Hamilton knows exactly what she should be doing. Back of the length or fuller, more or less straighter. That's the way to go in this pitch. Otherwise, ball shorter or to either side, you will go for runs. We've spoken about the outfield, very well manicured, of course, very fast. Australia with 2 slip fielders. They are on the attack.
Oh, that's a good.
Oh, direct hit. She was walking back to the pavilion, but fortunately for Kavindi, that one was away from the sticks.
Yes, definitely that was a cheeky single taken by the 2 batters. Well, if it was a direct hit, definitely Kavindi would have been walking back, no doubt about that. There you see the replay on that. There you see, nowhere near the line. Kavindi would have been walking back if it was a direct hit. Another good delivery by Hamilton. Just a run in that over. Sri Lanka 8 gone, 17 for 3.
Galls very busy, plenty of movement, plenty of traffic. Just a moment ago we saw schools are finished and the kids heading home, some of them staying back to watch the game in the middle. Always good to see. Nana Kara yet to open her account. Kavindi, who's on 6. Sri Lanka not in a good situation after 8, 17 for 3. Now it looks like after that outstanding opening bowling partnership, Australia is opting to go for a first change. Looks like Sienna Eve comes into the attack.
Yes, Sienna Eve been brought in place of Bonnie Berry. Bonnie Berry captured all the 3 wickets that has fallen in the Sri Lankan innings. Slow left arm orthodox, Sienna Eve. Sri Lankans might be happy seeing the change of Bonnie Berry. She was trying to run through the innings. She got all the 3 wickets that has fallen up to now. Sienna been brought in the 9th over after a good spell by Bonnie Berry, the first spell of 4 overs.
Sri Lankans in general known to handle spin bowlers very well, but Sienna Eve is a high quality one. We saw that in the T20 series, very economical, picking up wickets, providing that stability with the ball. This time the batsman finds the fielder.
Yeah, boy! Get into it!
Well, Kavindi too was lucky, Damika. Was ball of the first delivery. That was a no ball by Bonnie Berry. She has been hanging around there with 6 of 32 deliveries since then. That's down the leg side, worked away nicely towards the boundary. That's 4 more. 4 more runs to Kavindi, takes her on to 10, and the score to 21.
Like I said, if you wait long enough, opportunities will come, and hit me written all over it. Short pitch on the leg side, Kavindi, really nicely done. Take a look at it. This time got some power, and the placement, boundary after a while, very well come one, of course, for Sri Lanka.
That's short again, but hit firmly this time to the extra cover fielder. No run. 21 for 3 Sri Lanka. We are in the 9th over.
In comparison to the wicket we had at Hambantota, the wicket is touch slower. Ricky went on to mention that extensively, and therefore batters have the time to find gaps. Oh, that was very nearly another chance for Australia. Nevertheless, dot ball to complete the 9th. 21 for 3. We'll have another look at that previous opportunity. Well short, of course. Fielder was charging in. Amy Smith.
Well, yes, that went uppishly, but falling short of the fielder. Kavindi living dangerously. She's on 10. Anakara yet to open her account. Sri Lanka needing 208 runs more to win this game of 41 overs.
Sri Lanka at least need a couple of batters in fact, to go beyond 50 to get past this score and win this game. Kavindi and Nanakara, we believe they are very capable. It's about play according to the situation. Both of them very capable of picking up boundaries when needed, and like we saw a while ago, there are loose stuff on offer. This is still under 19 girls, so they will make mistakes. Sri Lanka will need to look out for those opportunities. That's a better delivery in line with off stump. Hamilton well on to her 5th over, just given away 5 runs. Outstanding, Polly.
Yes, definitely. She has been bowling good line, good length, not allowing the Sri Lankan batters to get on with the game, or not giving them any width to play some shots. Good bowling by Hamilton, keeping things tight from one end, whereas Berry on the other end kept on getting wickets. She bowled with a lot of pace, Bonnie Berry. Again, this time short on the offside, but still pushed it straight into the fielder at cover point. 3 dot balls. She had 2 maidens earlier. The last over went away just for 1 run. So such tight bowling by Lucy Hamilton.
Sri Lanka hopefully will learn from this. Most of the Sri Lankan bowlers being short. If you take a percentage wise, more than 40% of all the deliveries are short of a length, and Australians ably benefited, and the likes of Hamilton went on to score full shots, cut shots, and picked up runs at will, allowing to build a 90-run partnership, laid a solid foundation, and from that point onward, Australia knew straight away they are in a strong position, and as expected got close to 230. So their plan, they executed it perfectly.
Well, yes, but still the Australians might be disappointed that they were bowled out within the 50 overs. The way things were going at one stage, Damika, with 158 for 2, Australia definitely would have expected to put on a score of about 250.
Yeah, we even spoken about 260, possibility of going beyond. But after the dismissal of skipper Lucy Hamilton, they've gradually slowed down. Sri Lanka made inroads and picked up wicket consistently. which allowed them to walk back into this game, and Hamilton just about to complete another maiden unless Nanakara get on to get a run after the final deliveries.
It's exactly. Sri Lanka got wickets at regular intervals and pulled the Australians back, and that's short and put away nicely. But there is a fielder there, just a single. So Nanakara gets her off the mark, and Sri Lanka 22 for 3 after 10 overs.
Let's go see.
So what we found out, anything short of the length being punished by Australians as well as Sri Lankan batters. Previous delivery, one of the Nanakara really nicely worked that one away towards squalic region for another single. Ziana Eve comes in for her second over. Ricky joins me in the comm box.
Yes, Dhammik, it has been a tough period for Sri Lanka, losing 3 wickets in the first 10 overs in the power play. So the second power play is coming up now, 11 to the 40th over. So Australia could have that extra fielder now outside that 30-yard circle. Sri Lanka further needed 207 runs in 40 overs. It's a long way to go. And the 3 wickets they have lost hasn't certainly helped. Kawindi and Nanakara, the skipper, are 2 of their better players though. That is the hope they have. And these 2 have lots of overs to bat. Now they can just keep on batting. Just get those 1s and 2s per over. Just keep pushing the scoreboard. Just accumulate runs. And then see where they are at maybe 25 over mark. They need a partnership. 35 deliveries for her 10 after that first ball mishap where she was clean bowled off a no ball. Kawindi adjusted, I think, quite well. That's a beautifully played. They'll get a couple of runs. That's 4 runs. Much needed boundary for Sri Lanka. And Manu Nanakara just driving through the line. Nothing fancy about it. A good cricketing shot. And she has got results.
That was beautifully played and goes on to show how quick this outfield is. Take a look. Ricochet off Eve's hand. Still enough leg to carry all the way to the boundary. Eve, proven expensive so far. Usually very steady. Now, Ricky, 2 of the best batters of Sri Lanka out there in the middle. Sri Lanka won't mind them spending the rest of the time in the middle down the leg side. Extras. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind. Eve under a little bit of pressure. Even after batted so well, Australia finished up short. Didn't manage to bat out the allowed on 50 overs. I'm sure if Sri Lanka, these 2 left-handers in the middle can bat for a long period, it'll be, irrespective of the result, confidence booster, I guess.
So these 2 have to bat as long as possible if Sri Lanka have any chance in this game. That's my thinking. They have to just keep going, bat deep, drag this game long as possible. Eve had an excellent T20 series, and she'll be looking forward to this challenge. She's bowled 2 overs for 9, 27 for 3 after 11.
Sri Lanka dugout look little worried at this stage, understandably so. Kawindi on 10, taken her 35 deliveries, and Nanakara, who's on 15 deliveries previous over. They picked up a boundary. This outfield is very fast. If it gets it into gap, boundaries to be taken. Looks like another bowling change. Very reliable. Eleanor La Rosa comes into the attack.
So we have a bowling change, left arm seam, Eleanor La Rosa into the attack. A hard-working cricketer, no doubt about it. She was exceptional with the ball. She was probably their best bowler along with Eve in the T20 series. Now she does generally mix up her deliveries really well. Even in the T20s we saw her bowling a lot of slow deliveries, cutters, and she'll be looking to do that during this middle period. But what Australia have done well so far is they have bowled the correct lengths and lines. Sri Lankan dug out 1 or 2 smiles, but they know there's a big challenge ahead. Well bowled, there you go. Dragging the length a bit back, bringing Kavindi onto the front foot. Kavindi has shown a lot of patience. She has seen wickets fall at the other end.
Sri Lanka should play smart from here, needing 202 runs. A huge ask, but Sri Lanka would do smart if they break this into manageable chunks. I mean, bat each 5 over and aiming to get certain number of runs, keep wickets in hand. Likewise, they straight away look at the bigger picture. 202 looks daunting.
The replay of that one, played uppishly, it was in the air for a while. Top shot of that square short extra cover fielder. Flashing blade in the air, but safe. Just a single. So they know the strength of Kavindi. They know she likes to go through there at offside. They have a third man as well as they have a backward point on the boundary. So they are covered up that offside field. The Australians have certainly come here into this one limited over series, the 50 over format, with a plan.
Stifle appeal for a catch. I think that one brushed the pads on its way to the wicket keeper.
Yes, and not signalled a wide, Dhammika. Yes, certainly off the pad, probably a bit of a strap as well. You have to be very careful. Those can be given out caught behind. It has happened in the past.
If you can remember, when we play cricket, we take care of tuck inside those straps. You know, in school cricket, could be very tricky. Completes the 12th. Sri Lanka 28 for 3. Very pleasing to see. Crowd turn up in support. Two young outfits battling against each other. Good cricket in the middle. Sri Lanka playing, and hopefully they will be successful at the end of the day, needing further 201 inside 38 overs. 7 wickets in hand. That's the tricky part. Still, Sri Lanka keeping their hopes alive.
Just a long way to go. Australia well on top. That's well played. But they have the protection. They have studied Kavindi really well. They have done a lot of homework after the T20 series, no doubt about it. They would have been a touch disappointed. They won only 1 game out of the 4. And they knew they are a much better side, so they have come well prepared for this 50 over format.
Catch it! Hit it!
I've noticed that weakness from Kavindi whenever she tries to pull towards mid-wicket region, not timing it properly. That one too wasn't too far away from the fielder, in the air. Looking dangerously Kavindi. Now she's spent time in the middle. She should carry on to get a good one, a big one. Oh, that was nicely played, but straight to the fielder.
Yes, so they do not have any protection on the offside on the boundary. So all Nanekar has to do is try to split that gap on the offside. But they have 5 fielders. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. There you go again. But once again the fielder does well to get a hand onto it.
In comparison to Sri Lanka's fielding effort, Australia very proficient so far. Can break apart. We saw that from the Australians even. This is straight bat. Straight to the point. Another dot ball. Very good over. Eve conceding just a single. It's about sticking to good lines and lengths. That's her strength. Oh, very well bowled. Outstanding over, just a single conceded. After 13, Sri Lanka 29 for 3.
So those are the buildings. A lot of gaps in between. Sri Lanka had lost that early wicket maiden. There were a couple more maidens after that. Few which have gone to 5 runs per over. But just not enough for Sri Lanka. They need to push on. Australia have been very disciplined. Just 4 extras in this first 13 overs. So they're well on top. They're controlling it. The run chase really well. The worm, you could see, I'm sure you could see it widen.
Nicely worked that one away towards mid-wicket region. Coming back for the second very easily. Carving the good work, good wrist work. La Rosa, tough cookie to handle. Kavindi on that occasion played smart. It's about playing smart cricket. Sri Lanka knows their strengths and weaknesses. So I think if they can allow their top order batters and the middle order to occupy the crease for 50 overs, they will surely give themselves a good chance.
Well bowled, well bowled. The earlier one was slightly shorter. What she did well was adjusted a line. The earlier one, she was slightly shorter, she was slightly straighter. But this time, pulling the length back a bit and going more towards that outside off stump. Making Kavindi play at it, push at it.
Think about La Rosa, she never predictable. There's something on offer up in her sleeves. There you go, slower. Very hard to predict, and very hard to predict from the wrist. Very hard to watch from the wrist. Always look the same, but different variations comes.
To play through the line. This time she split the gap, but they have that fielder pushed down on the boundary now. Just a single. La Rosa bowling to a fielder really well. Strong offside field. So she's not straining on the pads of the batter.
That was well timed into the gap. Coming back for the second quite easily. Like you rightly said, field according to your bowl according to your field rather. Monadi looks very focused. Was well played, but straight to the fielder. I think these two coming good. Looking at the way things panned out so far, Kavindi on 15 and Nanakara well settled. 5 of 22. It's about take the opportunity, capitalize on it. Spend time in the middle. Now well settled, nerves are gone.
Just to push onto the offside to end the over. 4 runs off that one. Another good one for La Rosa. 14 completed. 33 for 3. Sri Lanka gradually but surely trying to build up a partnership here. These two left-handers. They have to bet a lot more. Take it phase by phase. 5 over blocks probably. Think of that 20th over and where they want to be. They cannot afford to lose another wicket here quickly. This is they are probably the top 5 to 6 are the best batters they got. You cannot depend a lot on the low order. We saw them in the T20s as well. There's nothing much batting there, so they need Kavind now is well set, and Nanekara to carry this innings along.
Sri Lanka have decent enough batters who can contribute, but it's about the top order and the middle order do the heavy duty. You just cannot leave too much for them to carry on. Eve, meanwhile, settling down. First over was little expensive. Now,
Yes, Bonnie.
this is what we've seen from Eve. Always hitting the same length, same lines. Nice, rhythmic, repeatable action.
Yes, Gracie.
Time worked that one. Trying to sneak through for a single, didn't work. Nana Akara starting to look good. Trying to penetrate the gaps, trying to maneuver the ball between the fielders. This time,
Yes, Eve, love him, mate.
the mid-wicket region, there are protection. So coming back, in fact, complete the single. Kavindi on 15 and Nana Akara on 7.
Nancy, don't want to face him, mate.
Yes, sir, she's very strong with the horizontal bat shots.
How was that?
So beaten. Good delivery by Eve. Pushed it through. You could see deceiving her in the air. The earlier one was slow and shorter. This time slightly quicker.
Kavindi on the lookout for run.
Yes, mate.
Try to work that one. Once again finding the fielder and completes the 15th over. Sri Lanka moving ahead slowly. 34 for 3.
So there you go. The players are having a drink, a well-deserved drink break, as well as the officials, the match umpires. Kavindi hanging in there. 47 balls. She's shown a lot of patience. She was lucky first ball. She was out bowled, but it was a no ball. Since then, she's matured as this innings has gone by. Kaushalya out without scoring. Nisansala out for 4. Vihanga out for 4 as well. Nanekara hanging on there. And just a 4 extras in this 50 overs, 34 for 3. Berry, she's been the pick. 3 for 12 off of 4 was the best she's bowled so far on this tour to Sri Lanka. Hamilton, as always, very economical. Eve getting into a strike gradually. She will like this surface, no doubt. And La Rosa, 2 overs for 5. So Sri Lanka losing those 3 early wickets. And now looking to consolidate. They put on 18 for this 4th wicket, the highest so far in this innings. So the players are having a well-deserved water break.
The two worms, the Sri Lankan worm and the Australian worm. Australian worm very much higher up, because still the Australians had lost only 2 wickets at this stage. That 58-run partnership between Briscoe and Hamilton was in progress at this stage. Sri Lankans have lost 7 wickets, 112. But Kavindi holding on still, 54 of 93 deliveries. Sri Lanka need 117 more of 90 balls. Damika, Sri Lankan chances just above run a ball.
Sri Lanka still have an outstanding chance, but outside chance, I would say. After 35, a moment ago we saw 2 worms. Australians were way ahead, 89 balls and 117 runs to get. Highly unlikely with just 3 wickets in hand. But Kavindi, she has been positive for Sri Lanka. Got the chance. First ball, bowled off a no ball and took it, grabbed it by both hands, batted long enough, batted well and scored close to 50% of the runs Sri Lanka have scored. Goes to show, if you're prepared to stay there long enough, prepared to apply yourself, you can bat well on this pitch. And even against the strong Australians, this time goes aerial. Unfortunate. It was Kavindi who settled, but Hansika baffling me what she was trying to do. I beg your pardon. That was Kavindi. Yes, Kavindi.
So that's a very good innings played by Kavindi. She has to go now. There you see that. Going in for a big hit. Didn't get hold of it. Caught it mid off. A good catch taken.
Kavindi from time to time trying to go over mid-wicket region. Lions take the catch. Ball Hamilton and Kavindi goes for 54. Very good knock under the circumstances. Sri Lanka were in a spot of bother. Kavindi steadied the ship down and taken them beyond 100 runs. So there are some positives to be taken. Shashini Gimhani, left arm unorthodox Chinaman bowler, in at number 10. Now her responsibility would be to bat out the remaining 14 plus overs, Polly.
Yes, that's a tall order, but she did very well with the ball. She got 3 wickets for 48 runs over 10 overs. But she will come and have to do something similar to that to make sure at least Sri Lanka bat the 50 overs. She's coming in at towards the end of the Sri Lankan innings. Chamudi Pramoda, the only remaining batsman. So it will be very interesting to see whether the Sri Lankan batters could hold on.
This is how the last wicket fell, Kavindi. From time to time I mentioned she tries to go over mid-wicket region. Sometimes made solid enough connection. This time quite clearly wasn't. So she perishes. Good knock nevertheless.
That is the first wicket of Lucas Hamilton, and here it's for the second wicket. Kimani bowled by Hamilton for naught, and Sri Lanka losing their 9th wicket at 113. So that's the end of Gimhani. She gets to go. Bowled by Lucy Hamilton for naught. Lucy Hamilton getting her second wicket. And that brings young Chamudi Pramoda into bat. Sri Lanka losing their 9th wicket. That was a good delivery that came in a bit.
Oh, beautiful piece of bowling. Hamilton, during her first spell, didn't pick up the wicket. Shashni Gimhani out for none. Ball Hamilton. I was about to say, Polly, during her first spell, didn't pick up a wicket, just conceded something like 7 to 8 runs. Shamodi Praboda, young left-arm orthodox bowler, came in at number 11, Sri Lanka. Were hoping to go beyond 150. Now it's highly unlikely.
Yes, Hamilton. Just a delivery remaining for her 8th over. Got to wait and see whether she can do something with this delivery. Chamadi Pramoda. That's nicely played down the leg side. They go for one. She keeps on the strike, Chamadi Pramoda. That's the end of that over. So it's 36 gone, 114 for 9.
Tourist enjoying outstanding cricket in the middle. Goal, such a famous place, famous destination for cricket lovers around the globe. Praboda, the youngster, is in the middle. She inexperienced. This is how the last wicket fell. Oh, beautiful piece of bowling, some swing there. In to the right-hander, had very little, had no answer rather. Gill starting off her 6th, hoping to finish things off. Solid techniques from a number 11, Praboda, looking good.
Forward defensive, Pramoda.
Can you mate? Can you?
Hasrat Gill. Bowling her 6th over. Touched up delivery again. Pramoda getting out the back foot, trying to play it across, but suddenly realizes
Just go, chuck
she
it
couldn't
around
do
me.
it, just pushes it on back to the bowler.
So based on today's performance, it was clearly evident Australians far too powerful in this format. Generously flighted outside the O stump. Gill gets another dot ball in. Praboda, who's on 1. Hansika, who's on 7. A little while ago, Netranjali was batting really well, and she decided to go aerial of a short delivery, and Sri Lanka, another mini collapse in the middle. Had she stayed, Netranjali and Kavindi was batting well and provided Sri Lanka that opportunity of going past 150 runs and add some decency to the scoreline. But it is out of the equation now. Oh, faster delivery. On a Yorker length, Praboda did well to keep that one away from stumps, and after 37 overs, 114 for 9.
One more delivery remaining in that over. Pramoda coming forward, defensive. Yes, it's 114 for 9 after 37. Well, you were talking about Netranjali. Yes, Netranjali got 16. Manudinana Kara got 10, and Kavindi 54 were the only 3 batters that came into double figures in the Sri Lankan innings. You see Hamilton to continue, most probably wanting to finish off things early.
Only Sri Lanka quite clearly have the right ingredients. Batters like Nana Akara, Vihanga, Kavindi, Netranjali. Solid techniques, shots all around the ground, and it's just about adapting to the longer format. I think with time they will definitely come good. Meanwhile, Hansika picks up another single to 3rd man region. Hamilton looking for her 3rd, and to complete the annihilating victory for the Australians.
And also, Dhammika, it will be a great game for Hamilton. She got 80 while batting, and now coming, if she can, gets another wicket, she'll finish off with 3 wickets into her bag. A very good all-round performance. No doubt she's a very promising cricketer. A lot of all-round capabilities on her.
Genuine all-rounder with the bat. 80 runs. She easily could have gone on to make it even bigger. Yes, Sri Lanka provided chances, but after that perfect batting performance, 90 runs partnership, and what I like about the way she carried herself, not trying to hit everything, though she was capable, playing each delivery on its merit. That was a very solid defensive stroke by Praboda.
You see Hamilton running in, a beautiful sight to watch. Very nice action, beautiful action, I would say. Left arm, trying to take it away from the left-handed batter, Praboda. 2 for 17 her bowling figures. She's on a 9th over. This is after getting 80 in the Australian innings. Praboda playing defensive. Just a single in this over up to now.
Very nice looking high arm action, nice rhythm, nice approach to the stumps, and she's strong, of course. Got the height, someone who can get great deal of bounce if needed.
That's nicely worked away towards the fine leg region, gets a single. Praboda moves on to 3 and the Sri Lankan total on to 117.
Aussies know for a fact they had a clinical outing today here at Galle International Cricket Stadium against inexperienced Sri Lanka under-19 women's outfit. Hamilton dominant with the bat, finishing her job with the ball, looking for another wicket in her 9th, conceding only 18 runs. Things looking up for Australia after 38, 116 for 9. I think probably like Australia, England, very experienced team, if I'm not mistaken, and they played outstandingly well in the T20 format, and clash between England and Australia should be the one to look out for.
Yes, definitely, that will be a very good game. Both teams have experience of playing 50 over cricket, so definitely the Australians will be up against the English on the 7th of April. That's day after tomorrow at Galle International Cricket Stadium. There you are. Ella Bresco has been brought in. 2 overs. Bowling figures 1 for 7. So the Australians are trying hard to wrap things up. 116 for 9 Sri Lanka. Praboda on 2. Hanskar on 8. That's a wide-ish delivery. Might be called wide. Yes, it is. Umpire Shanta Fonseca signalling wide. A very poor delivery that was, way down the leg side.
Restarting her spell after a while, after spending some time in the middle. And Ella Briscoe as well as Maggie Clark, just about same mold. Tall bowlers, strong shoulders, using the seam to good effect. Maggie Clark, of course, went on to pick. That was Berry, picked off 3 wickets, but Maggie Clark, quite similar. 3 right arm seamers and Hamilton to go with. Quite a strong fast bowling lineup.
It's definitely the 2 opening bowlers of Australia, Berry and Hamilton, really rocked the Sri Lankan batting at the top. Berry getting 3 wickets quite cheaply, and Hamilton bowling good line, good length, controlling the Sri Lankans' free scoring shots. Her first spell just gave away only 5 to 6 runs. A 5 over spell. Tighten things up for Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankans have done quite good, batting up to 40 overs. What I said from the start, Damika, Sri Lanka should learn to bat the 50 overs. That is what is important for Sri Lanka. Yes, we know they are an inexperienced team, so they got to grab that opportunity and try to bat the 50 overs. But had they batted the 50 overs, they could have come easily up to about 160, which would have been a decent total.
There's no doubt, and at the same time, starting off the innings, looking at 230 runs to chase down, Sri Lanka perhaps trying to go little hard from the word go. That was clearly evident. Kavindi straight away trying to blast the very first delivery, this time over the fielder's head for a boundary. Hansika making most of it. The opportunity to bat for a longer period. Best part of 12 overs remaining, and very well done. Positive intent.
Good shot played straight over the bowler's head, going down the ground. 4 runs to Hansika. Well, the Sri Lankans go moving on to 122 with that boundary. 122 for 9. Hansika moving on to 12. Praboda has been hanging around there. As down the leg side, could be called wide. Yes, it is. One more run to the total. Takes the total on to 123. You see 9 wides in this innings. Total number of extras being 16.
Definitely not the best batting effort by Sri Lanka, but they will, as we speak, will improve. Hansika in the middle, trying to make the most of it. Only a single wicket remaining. Hansika should be looking at, that's the 39th over completed. 123 for 9.
So 123 for 9. Sri Lanka after 39 overs. Hansika has got 12. Praboda 3.
Maggie Clark comes back into the attack. Very economical. 3 overs, picked up a single, picked up a wicket, given away just 5 runs. Hansika on 12, looking to get on strike, and her partner Praboda looking solid. Number 11 spent time in the middle, 13 deliveries. There you go, straight back down the line.
Well, these two batters have put on 10 runs for the last wicket up to now, from 113 to 123. Hansika getting 12 and Praboda 3. Of course, Sri Lanka needing another 106 more to win this game. That's a long way to go. Just 64 deliveries remaining.
These two batters can score 7 more runs and bring the asking runs, bring the winning margin down under 100 runs. That itself a small achievement, some consolation, because losing by 100 plus runs never look good. Only 1 wicket in hand. Who knows? These two batters, Praboda and Hansika, got different plans.
It's Maggie Clark. That's a good delivery. Praboda playing with a straight bat. Just chopping that ball. She's not going to give her wicket away.
Very impressive technique for number 11 batsman. I'm sure as she moves on, she will improve her batting skills and move up the order. Still only 14. There you go. All the basic ingredients are there. Negotiated that one safely. Maggie Clark on that occasion slowed it down, hoping that Praboda will go for a risky shot, but not to be.
She's quite intended in staying there. as much as possible. 17 deliveries she has faced for just 3 runs. That's a fuller delivery, nicely played towards third man. Not taking the single, that's too bad. They should have gone for that single. That's the end of that over. 40 gone, it's 123 for 9.
Looking at Sri Lanka's scorecard, top scorer Kavindi 54, and useful contributions by Manudinana Akkara, Netranjali and Hansika was on the middle, still batting with Prabodha number 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 16 extras. Sri Lanka will take that.
So this is an interesting move. Williamson being brought in, 4 overs, 18 dots, 9 runs, 1 wicket. That's her bowling figures. So she's been brought in because the Paceys was not able to dislodge these 2 batters. So the Australians are trying it from spin now.
Now 2 low order batters got 10 overs to bat.
Catch it!
Go straight to the field, straight to the bowler in fact. Not taken, and they're not going for runs. The plan is pretty clear. Hansika looking to spend time in the middle, taking strike, firmly driven in the air. Take a look at it. Burst through the hands. A single not taken,
catch.
came off the pads.
Definitely that is a possible chance. Gone through Williamson. Sri Lankan batters not running. They should take those singles. They should add on to their score. 124 for 9. That's again a tossed up delivery to Williamson. Hit high in the air. That's gone to the boundary for 4. 4 to Hansika, takes her on to 16. And the score to 128.
So now we know why she waited. Waited on strike. Not taking the single. Here's why. Juicy full toss. Beautifully dispatched away for a boundary off the first bounce. Away from the fielder, Hansika. Taking the opportunity. This time once again trying to play hard at it. Straight to the fielder for no run. So it is good to see, even though all hopes are gone, 2 batters out there in the middle spending some time getting useful runs. Another full toss this time, down the leg side, a no ball. There you go. The opportunity Hansika was waiting for, a free hit. And at the same time, Sri Lanka needing 100 runs, which means the winning margin brought under 100 runs.
So that's a free hit. Hansika has the opportunity of getting into that free hit. That's a very tossed up delivery. And that's played down the ground. There is a field that they are getting around it. Just a single. So this brings Promo down to strike. 130 for 9 Sri Lanka.
I like the way this final batting pair operating in the middle at the moment. Prabodha, very safe, solid techniques, 18 deliveries, and Hansika picking up boundaries. And how about that? Another full toss on the leg side. Prabodha picks up her first boundary, first in her life, I'm sure.
That's a good one. Nicely played by Prabodha down towards the fine leg boundary. 4 more to her. Takes her on to 7.
What I meant by first in international youth cricket, of course. Juicy full toss on her legs. Nice hands. Another boundary.
He's giving a long time.
So Sri Lanka, having managed to spend time in the middle for 41 overs, I think if they can bat closer to 45th over. That itself an achievement. Now required number of runs being brought down under 100 runs. Scoreline looks much more decent. 134 for 9. Another boundary it seems. We'll wait for the signal. Came off the bat, it seems. Yes, Hansika picks up another boundary.
Well, so that's taking the total on to 138. That's a good 25-run partnership between these two batters, Hansika and Prabodha, for the last wicket. Australians are struggling to get this last pair. It's nicely played on the offside by Hansika.
Two tailenders, two left-handers in the middle, making something out of it. Of course, the game gone beyond their reach. Prabodha, who's on 7, picked up a boundary just a while ago. Always good to see. Now Clark onto the block hole, straight Divan back to the bowler for no run. Prabodha, who's on 7, and Hansika on 21. Sri Lanka needing only 12 more runs to reach 150. We've spoken about it. 150, they can go beyond it. That itself a positive for them. Once again goes aerial, no fielders. Fielder in the deep, comes around and picks it up. Another single being taken. Hansika moves to 22 now. Prabodha, she will have to negotiate 2 more deliveries. I'm sure she is capable of doing that.
So 139 for 9.
These two tailenders shown that if you can bat safely, apply decent enough technique, there's runs to be taken. From time to time, there will be loose stuff on offer. So, Hansika over to go, benefiting from a juicy full toss and a free hit. It's about moving forward. It's about taking the positives. Oh, solid looking defensive stroke. So good to see. Clark completes her 5th after 42, 139 for 9.
Sri Lanka 139 for 9. Hansika on 22. Prabodha on 7. They've batted 42 overs. 8 overs remaining in this innings. That's a good achievement by Sri Lanka to bat 42 overs. Well, if they can bat the 50th over, they might reach up to 160, 170. That's definitely a good performance after being 3 down quite early. They were 3 down for 16. Wickets well at regular intervals. These two batters have definitely put on a good partnership. 26 runs between them. Hansika getting 22 of those.
Johnny girls, here it is, here it is!
Lovely piece of bowling by La Rosa. Almost smelling the outside edge. Now just under 8 overs remaining, which means if Sri Lanka can bat out the remaining 8+ overs, that itself make Sri Lanka coaching staff as well as team management happy, because as we mentioned right from the beginning, they play 30 over cricket at school level, so that will give them that understanding of how to pace out 50 overs. Prabodha looking solid. Hansika even better.
Well done.
So no reason for them to hurry things up. just bat each delivery on its merit.
No, because they need that confidence. They need that confidence to think that they can bat the 50 overs. Runs will come. You've got to bat those 50 overs. That's what is needed. And that's a wide outside the off stump. Wide being called.
Hansika on that occasion trying to be a little cheeky, trying to play a paddle sweep, trying to play the field. There are three fielders down at the deep, and quite clearly line of operation for La Rosa outside the off stump, and Praboda trying to flick that one away from outside the off stump and drag that one towards leg side. Didn't work.
Shot again this time. Hansika pushing it on the outside. Hansika looks very confident now. She's playing some very good strokes. She's on 22 after 34 deliveries. Praboda on 7.
Yeah, we can remember
Australians might be wanting to get Berry back on the attack to finish things off.
Yeah, we can remember Hansika batted up the order in a T20 game. I think it was against England. So she is capable. She's a batting all-rounder, I'm told. Once again goes for a big heave, understandably. As she moves on, gathers confidence. Still only a wide. Once again, that was a half volley, a scoring opportunity missed by Hansika.
Yes, that was wide outside the off stump. A fuller delivery. Hansika going for the drive but didn't get hold of it. Goes off the glove of wicket keeper. Fell into the short third man fielder. Sri Lanka 140 for 9. That's nicely played on the offside. So that's the end of that over. 43 overs gone. It's 140 for 9.
There you go, young children having fun time at the top of the goal fort.
Number 12 final over.
I'm sure they've been enjoying the international cricketing action in the middle. Under 19 women's cricket
T-shirt number 12 final
reaching
over.
the city of goal. Wonderful initiative, of course, by Sri Lanka cricket, bringing down 2 top international teams, and
Change ball.
we've spoken about it right throughout our commentary. Sri Lanka, inexperience in this format, largely due to the school cricket, plays only 30 over format. So Hamilton comes in for her last over.
She must be really wanting to finish things off and get her third wicket. Hamilton 2 for 18 of 9 overs, bowling her 10th over. Sri Lanka 140 for 9. 89 runs needed of 41 deliveries.
Australia must have thought after taking the 9th wicket to wrap things up really quickly, but not to be. Stubborn resistance by Praboda and Hansika. Good partnership, I think above 25 runs, I believe.
Yes, it's a 27-run partnership. Well, the Sri Lankan, if you look at it this way, if their top order batters have batted well, by this time Sri Lanka could have given a good chase. So first they got to think of batting the 50 overs. That's what is needed. So I say that's a good delivery by Hamilton, trying to get the edge of Praboda's bat, missing it and going to the wicket keeper. 89 more needed of 39 deliveries.
With our team lost the game by a large margin, like the one Sri Lanka looking at the moment, and there's always be a lot of ifs and buts, could have beens and should have beens. I'm sure Sri Lankan top order need to take up the responsibility. I think today I think they have been not taking up the responsibility. That's the major issue for Sri Lanka. They have the talent, they have the capability. It's just about taking up the responsibility.
Once again, nicely played by Prabodha. Prabodha definitely not going to give it away just. That's another fuller delivery, driven firmly but straight to the fielder. Prabodha playing with a very straight bat. Not going to play any cross shots, cross batted shots. Just not going to give it away just. You try to get me out, that's what she says to the Australians. Hamilton bowling a last delivery in this innings, last legal delivery it has to be. Oh, that's a good delivery and he bowled him. So that's the wicket. She gets the third wicket in the last delivery of her bowling spell. So that's the end of Prabodha. Prabodha bowled by Hamilton, and Australia win this first one-day international between these two teams by 89 runs.
Sri Lanka not standing up to the required level. Australians were proven touch too powerful. There you go. Score line tell the story. Winning margin 88 runs. Australia dominant right from the beginning. Outstanding partnership